Good morning, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. How's it going? We are going to have a good one today. We're going to be playing some, chops. That's going to be a good machine for you. We're going to be playing some City Skylines 2, though we've got to do a little bit of work. Oh, geez, QZ, thank you for the gifted subs. That's super generous of you. QZ, thank you for the support as always. Gorb, thank you so much for the 11 months of Tier 1 Touchtastic. 14 months of Tier 1. Gary, thank you for the biddies. The Matty Dubs, thank you for the Tier 1. L-Dub, thank you for the 3 months of Tier 1. Happy Friday. Can't wait to see me decimate Hildebold. Well, my battle skills need some work. I've read the comments. Matty Dubs, thanks for the 10 months of fun. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Vost, thank you so much for the 4 months of Tier 1. Yashi, thank you for the Prime. Ractor, thank you so much for 8 months of Prime. And Light Blight Bubble, thank you for 5 months of Tier 1. How's everyone doing today? Howdy from the worst planned city in America, Boston. A lot of people would disagree with that. First of all, people didn't plan your city, cows did. And it means it's very pedestrian friendly. So hope all is well. Everything's going really well. Really, really well. Enjoying making videos, enjoying the bit of variety on the channel. Signed the lease in the office space. That's exciting too. From the worst planned city, Phoenix. Phoenix is planned for cars, but here's the thing. You plan a city for cars, and it's easy to convert it into a city for transit. So Phoenix has that going for it. Also, great weather. Portland, where's everyone tuning in from? Congrats on the office days. Thank you. I'll show you guys a picture of it in just a second. Do more foundation videos? I would love to. I actually played it yesterday, last night before I went to bed because it's so chill. Germany, Greece, Jacksonville, Smyrna, Central Illinois, Tel Aviv, Poland, Grand Rapids, Michigan, York, UK, Cincinnati, Mexico City, New Mexico, Kiel, Germany, UK, Caledonia, Wisconsin, just my neighbor over there, Portland, Jakarta, Norway, Oakland, Ireland, Madrid, New York, Seattle, Chicago, Pennsylvania, Poland, Germany, Norway, Seattle, Stockholm, Melbourne, Australia. It's very late for you. Thank you for being here. Milwaukee, Portugal, Atlanta, Rochester, Israel, Poland, Germany, England, Northern Ireland, Ottawa, Munich. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all. Very, very excited today. Working on Magnolia County for the first time in a while. I know a lot of people have been asking, where is Magnolia County? I've been enjoying the variety. It makes me more excited to play City Skylines. Omaha, which makes me just think of Dak Prescott, just yelling Omaha a whole bunch. But it makes me feel really excited to play because I had a little bit of separation. And now what is going to come out, the next episode is going to be awesome. I'm super excited. Designing a brand new neighborhood, a gigantic neighborhood, doing some interchange work, doing a mixture of growing and plopping assets to make something really interesting. I think it's gonna be really fun. And then progressing the story. So we have one more episode in Bend, and then I think we're probably gonna make our way back to Paradise Bay for a little bit. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Gonna be a lot of fun. What do you think of Peyton Manning when you hear Omaha? Oh yeah. No, that's right. Peyton Manning was Omaha. Dak Prescott is here we go. 3 a.m. in Tokyo. Well, thank you for being here. It's 3 a.m. for you. That's wild. Next week is going to be better for Australia and Tokyo because we're going to be having a night stream. I am moving into my office space, which I'm super excited about because I think it's going to make me much more productive. I'm going to show you a picture of that because it's nothing to be. It's not a gigantic office by any means. I got basically the smallest office space I could find in Madison. And give me 1 second and I'll pull that up. So just a fairly basic office. Just I think it's like 12 by 20, 12 by 14 and in the entryway, and then you walk in and there's a 16 by 12 space. So just a pretty basic space, but it's going to work out really well for me because number one, I want a second for server duplication. I want to have a server in this space. It'll be mirroring to the one at my house. I'll have a couple of desks in here, and then a kitchenette. Nothing all that elaborate. But the crazy thing that renting this out has made me realize, I didn't realize how commercial property went. The first thing is you have to sign a multi-year lease. They wanted 5 years, which I chuckled at. I'm like, I'm not going to sign for 5 years. So they went down to 2. But the crazy thing is, commercial property leases are much cheaper than just traditional. Like if I were to rent a studio apartment, it would have cost 4 times this. And I found that to be kind of disturbing because there's all this space. In fact, one of the leases I was looking at, they said that people have been renting out commercial spaces and living in them, which they're not supposed to do. It's kind of it makes me realize the kind of the sad state of office space at this point, number one. And number two, why we probably need to convert some of this stuff into something else. But yeah, it's the opposite by you. This is in Madison. This is in Madison, Wisconsin. And, for the cost of this office, I could have gotten a bathroom in a studio apartment. Agupta, thank you so much for the gifted sub. CS Stranger, thank you for the prime as well. Sparky, thank you for the biddies. Hot Coffee Dude, thank you so much for becoming a member. Artemis, thank you for the 6 months of tier 1. Dylan, thank you so much for the biddies. So yeah, converting office space is expensive. That's the one thing. Like, so when you get an office space, they tell you, what do you want here? Like, we're going to make some improvements as a part of your lease. So I told them I selected the paint color, and they would have done anything I want. Like, so they're like, you can put things on the walls, you can hang things. I don't really care if you want to put sound insulation in the ceiling, you can do that. They would have put a sink in here, but it's gonna cost you. They will do anything you want to a commercial space. So yeah, it's yeah, we got the new emoji. So yeah, it's commercial stuff would cost 5 times more by you. That's wild. Zoning laws prevent conversions. Well, it depends on where you are. First of all, zoning laws are made up. Zoning laws are made up. So people make those up. And generally, commercial space is built to a higher standard than residential. So do you get a picture of the old wallpaper? I did not, unfortunately. It looked, imagine, therapist office or dentist office, that real thick, highly textured wallpaper. That's what was all through here. So yeah. It's yeah. Says the planner, zoning laws are made up. I was having a conversation with my friend about this last night. He's going through he's adding onto his house a garage extension, and he was coming into zoning issues. Is this narrow? Yeah, it's very narrow. It's 12. So it's deep and narrow. So 12 feet wide, and 16 in the big room, and 12 in the other. But considering it's just me, it's going to probably be empty. Need better lighting. So this is going to be basically server and storage, and this part's going to be the office space. And I'm probably going to ignore the lighting in here and add my own soft boxes and things of that nature. Aren't all laws made up? Truthfully, yes. Some of them, though, there's rationale for. And, with zoning laws, it's the same thing. Like, some of the zoning laws are there to prevent disasters from occurring. Some of them are there, kitchenette for coffee and snacks. Some of them are there, though, just kind of for arbitrary reasons, separation of uses, Euclidean zoning reasons that just don't really matter. Not my apartment, just an office space. So I start moving things in early next week. So it's going to be impacting the stream times a little bit. So there will be some more nighttime streams, most likely, as I'm moving stuff in. And I'm not sure if I'm going to stream from the office or not, or if I'm going to continue to do that here, because I'm not abandoning. I did abandon you for a quick second. I'm not abandoning this space, but I want to be able to make videos somewhere else, because I just find that I don't get a lot done in this space all the time. Be careful, Hill, about trying to claim the space. Yeah, I did abandon you. Is it far from my house? No, it's a quick bus ride. It's a 9-minute drive, and if I were to walk there, I would be hit by a car. So same with biking, which the bummer is I really wanted a place I could bike to, but everywhere that I was finding was way too big, way too big. So one of the, for example, this is 400 square feet what I'm looking at, and I was finding that most of the places close to me were at least 1,000, and that's just, unless I were gonna have 3 people with me, like, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So yeah, I could bike everywhere. I can bike everywhere. The question is, am I taking my life into my own hands? And that is the unfortunate reality. I'm actually being impeded by a project that I tried to get done that I failed to get done over the course of my career, which sucks. If you walk, you'll get hit by a car. Gotta love it. Yeah. There's the big problem is that there are targeted segments of rural roads that impede the movement of people unless you're in a car. And those were supposed to be improved, but they were all tied to other projects, so they never got fixed. So yeah, definitely sucks. Is the city pedestrian friendly? Portions of Madison are incredibly pedestrian friendly. The downtown area is incredibly pedestrian friendly, but there are significant swaths that are not. And I think maybe worse, there are pockets that are pedestrian friendly, and then in between those pockets, there will be areas that are not pedestrian friendly, where it was a township that was brought into the city, and there's no sidewalks. So you're kind of taking your life into your own hands. It's the unfortunate part of a city that has grown really rapidly and kind of absorbed a whole bunch of rural areas. Who do you complain about that? So I want to complain to the elected officials because a lot of times, at least in my area, there's no 90. Wait, is that a 50/90 back there? Those aren't real. Complain to elected officials because one of the things that, at least in my area, has happened routinely is to build a sidewalk project. It's very, very difficult. You have to basically, it has to be tied to a roadway project. So if you don't have a roadway project, the sidewalk doesn't get built. And that it all comes down to mobilization and, you know, whatever. It's a little bit cheaper. But if you look at pedestrianism as a mode of transportation, you're not overly concerned that there's no roadway project tied to it. That's not the way that a lot of the elected officials have looked at it, though. So that is the thing that, you know, over my career, I've advocated a lot for, and it's the thing that I care about now, and it's the thing that, if anything pulls me back in to become a pain in the ass for the city, it's going to be me really being upset that pedestrian projects are generally not treated the same way as roadway projects. And that's not right, in my opinion. This is not a lift desk, and I've seen a couple comments about the boxes back here. This is actually applicable to a stream we had a couple weeks back. So first of all, got a couple processors here. This is for the giveaway. This is the Ryzen 7 5700X. These are gonna be the processors for those builds. And then I just got the graphics cards. I returned the ARC B580. Just without DLSS or the Intel version XESS, I just felt like the performance wasn't up to snuff. And when I looked at the cost of this, which is, and I don't know if you can tell it, see it or not. Oh, there it is. There it is. This is a 3060, the 12 gig variant. This was $10 more. And if that's the case, it feels like you got to go with what you know is going to work well. So yeah. Roadway projects are so much more expensive than pedestrian projects. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is if you decided to skip a couple roadway projects, you could build a whole bunch of pedestrian infrastructure, ridiculous amounts. But that's not what gets done. That's not what happens. Jay Collins, you have the 3060 12 gigabyte card and it works well? Good. That's what I wanted to hear. So I think it's going to work really, really well for the giveaway build. So I'm on it. I'm probably going to build those live on stream once I get settled into the new place and then try to have the competition right away. So hopefully in the next few weeks. would I ever do more simulation testing with the new updates to the game? Vespi, it's interesting that you asked that. I would say yes. I think having the new office space is going to make that a lot easier. So one of the things that makes it hard here is this is the only space where I am. So if I am trying to do any testing like that, basically the entire floor in here was covered. Just didn't have enough space for it. So I'm going to be building spaces where I can just have a dedicated work area. So yeah. Play workers and resources. I plan on it. Have I decided what mods will be allowed in? Or will I allow stream to vote? I'm probably not going to allow stream to vote. And that is honestly because of I'm not blaming you guys, I'm blaming me. But first of all, we'll activate this one. When I have done that, in general, we end up with 1 million mods. And my concern is that every mod you add adds complexity for somebody and a lot of troubleshooting. And I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to partake in this, and I don't want the City Skylines 2 modding Discord to get flooded with people asking for modding help. So where I probably will ask for help from you guys will be decals. So decals and surfaces, if there are any in particular that you guys think are absolutely essential, I'll probably ask you for those. But outside of that, like specific mods, I mean, it's gonna be the basics basically. So if honestly, Magnolia County isn't far off from where it could end up. Like you could use anything in here, and then I could just load into the Magnolia County mod set. And I'll do something very similar to what I've done in here, which is I have a website where you could just click on the link and download it right away. What was the mod that I used to change the way the roads look? That was just the surface. That was a Elgendo G87 surface. It was the German surface pack that they put together. German-inspired surfaces. We are going to load in just a second. A couple of things, though. Since the last stream, apparently Zoning Toolkit got flagged as being one that's broken. So we are not going to use... We're not going to use Zoning Toolkit, which is a huge bummer. And then I need to add the I don't know why I keep wanting to say this. I keep wanting to say the Polish pack. It's not the Polish pack. It's Eastern Europe. So we're gonna add Eastern Europe into the playset. And then the other one that broke apparently was Control C. And I think saying it's broken is maybe not the right way of looking at it. I think what actually happened to it is that the mod was modified significantly, and there are some steps you have to take to get it working again, and I just haven't had a chance to do it yet. Am I going to build an Eastern European town in this series? I mean, I'm going to start working in the Eastern European assets right away today. The main reason for that is, you know, this is supposed to be German, and what people were saying in the previous one is that there's a lot of because of Germany's history, there's a lot of Eastern European looking buildings, particularly in the part that was wasn't part of the USSR, but rebuilt by it. So yeah. Stop playing Manor Lords. Amir, I've been enjoying playing Manor Lords. I've been following my happiness a lot more, and it seems like people like it. So I'll keep Manor Lords. I'm gonna keep playing it until I'm done with this miniseries. I feel like at all of these, I just need to start seeing them through. It's been an issue that I've had where, like, workers and resources, I did a couple, then I stopped. Like, so I'm gonna just go all the way through it, finish, and then I'll, you know, move on to something else. So yeah, that's my new goal. And a lot of people, I keep seeing in chat, love Manor Lords, love Manor Lords. Yeah. So that's as soon as I'm done with workers and resources. Sorry, when I'm done with Manor Lords, I'm finishing workers and resources, finishing Nicolay Bay, finishing Clearwater County, and then probably doing another workers and resources series. Am I having a beer with my German build? I don't think my wife would appreciate that. I also only have weird beers right now that I don't want to drink. Like I have a Snickerdoodle beer. Oh no, I guess I have beers that were sent my way too. So I have some Australian beer, which is really good, but I feel like I should drink that when the Australians are awake. Oh man, the foundation video was great. There were massive changes. Yes, so good. How far did I get in Manor Lords in general? I mean, I finished a playthrough and I beat it. So yeah. I'm just really bad at combat and I need to talk to some people about it. If CPP doesn't do what makes him happy in the short term, we'll end up losing him in the long term. I mean, ooh, I don't know what this is. Continue. We'll just ignore it. It's fine. Don't worry about that. Some mod is not having a good day. Gonna try to ignore that. I mean, the whole like burnout thing that was just mentioned. That's why I stopped releasing videos as frequently. Like this week is the first week, and I don't know how long that there were 3 videos. So yeah. Have I ever been to Germany? Only in the airport. Foundation-based series? I would love to. I mean, that or play it on stream. It was a sponsored video. Don't tell the foundation people. I would have made it anyway. And I've been playing it just outside of there. Like last night, I started a new city on a hill and was just really enjoying building things in there. It's just a super chill game. It's the kind of game you want to play before bed. You had this problem when you first loaded the new Eastern European pack? Well, that makes me wonder if I exit out, if it'll be fixed. Oh. I didn't want to show you Magnolia County, so now I loaded into something random. You saw nothing? I'm screwing everything up. Yeah, and I just definitely crashed the game with all of my clicking around and showed you almost showed you the build, and I crashed the game. So that's what you guys get. That's what you guys get. I mean, I told you what the build's about. I just didn't want to show you. That seems wrong. Okay, well let's hope that now we get to actually experience the second load in. Hopefully it's better now. How's the PC running when the CPU is on my desk? Listen, my CPU is not even in this room. It's not even in this room. I've got a bunch of CPUs here, but these are for you guys. You're going to the Dominican Republic next weekend. Ooh, very nice. Aboard the Norwegian Plays by Norwegian epic. Enjoy. I've heard very good things about the Dominican Republic. Hop on a stream to see Skive is not a good sign. Teddy, we just crashed. But I think I've heard that when you load in the Eastern European pack, that's what people are saying. It did this for the first time. Not great. We're talking about the Frankfurt airport. Not my favorite airport in the world. I think Teddy could. I don't know. Teddy, you wouldn't have had to go through it. Lucky. Frankfurt was not great. Very, very strange that you take a bus onto the tarmac, stand out, and oh, there it is again. Oh, what does this mean? Well, we're gonna give it a shot. We could end up playing Foundation, guys. Okay, now you get. I'm gonna keep doing that today. I don't know why I keep doing that. You're gonna look at my face so I don't show you Magnolia County. There. Now let's just hope that we don't crash. I'm just gonna delete that button. The starting soon button needs to be gone. We were able to load in. That's a good sign. It's promising. The build's looking the way it's supposed to. Let's see, do we have Eastern Europe? We do. We do. Now, a couple of things that were mentioned in Couple things I saw in the comments section of the VOD for the last stream. People said that I should calm down with the plopping and maybe zone some stuff in and then fill in the areas in between the zone buildings with plop buildings as a way to show the history and growth of an area. And I kind of like that idea. I don't know how it's going to work in practice, mostly because I'm a masochist who built on a hill as the first place to build, which means that this flat area was like the flat-ish area was the fun part of the build. Everything else is downhill from here, literally and figuratively. So it's going to be kind of interesting. German assets are growing poorly. I get the impression that the German assets were designed with the idea that you would use Move It with them. If you're not going to use Move It with them, you have to have a very gridded city, which is fine. So yeah. Build. So the first thing we're going to build, I think we got to build a police station. We don't have any education in our city. We've got to arrest people. So, we'll go with this, the German police station. And you can tell now that I turn on the contour lines just how steep this all is. Doesn't seem like much. In reality, this wouldn't be much, but in the game, this is brutally devastating. That we have this much terrain. Now, this right here is going to remain a road. So I think I'll probably build off Emerson Lane right here, right in the middle, and try to make it a little bit nicer. Good morning, hey Sean. Thank you for being here. Not showing up. Oh, I see. I was reading your response to somebody. Late to stream because you're watching the foundation video. All you missed was a bunch of chatting. So if you're not interested in that, you're good. And pictures of the office space. Maybe just for fun. Well, I won't. I'm gonna be making videos about the whole move, and you can check it out there. It'll be fun. Is anyone else playing? Here's a question: is anyone else playing Foundation? If you are, how have you been liking it? I've been enjoying it. Hey CPB, happy to catch you live. Enjoyed to rewatch the first stream where I started. So many places in mind for you to check out for inspiration. We will do a little bit of that because I definitely need more. I think game plan to begin. I want to get off this hill. I desperately want off the hill. So I think, first of all, I'm probably going to get rid of these single family homes because I never wanted them, and we'll replace them with Eastern European stuff later. I want the inspiration that I'm looking for, or going to be looking for, is I want a bunch of hamlets in Germany, small towns, villages, so I could understand the way homes are distributed. And I have a feeling it's going to be homes kind of on strips of streets like this with farms behind them. We'll get to that. And that's what I'm going to be looking for a little bit later on. Foundations on your wish list? Play the demo. Like, super cool of them to have an actual functional demo. So, like, play the demo. It doesn't have a time limit, which I think makes it even more interesting. You could actually play quite a bit. Destroy. We're destroying everything. Destroying and simplifying. And I'll do as people have told me to do. They told me that I need to embrace the curves of Europe. So that is the curve that I'm going to embrace right there. Just started playing Foundation again after release. It's been a while. Looks great. Yeah. Just updated Foundation. Going to play later. Saw my vid, so excited. That's good for your go-to cozy game. Yeah, it's funny. There were a couple people, like Poplar Ponderosa, talked to me extensively about the game. Said what a great game it is. And it's one of those that I didn't realize how much I was gonna like it until I played it. And then to get offered a sponsorship after you already like a game is pretty darn neat. So kind of the perfect situation. I'm gonna terrace this, I think. Don't really want to, but I don't know that we handle this hill well otherwise. So I might just flatten a pad right here and kind of have a pedestrian area behind this. That makes any sense? Eastern European low density homes aren't very European or aren't very German looking. Just to use the normal European buildings for this. Okay. Do foundation people blink yet? I don't know. I don't know, actually. I should have paid attention to that. So I want to say thank you for explaining Eastern European pack in such detail. It really helped. I'm happy to. I think it's a real privilege to be able to bring those videos out. Hopefully, my big hope, and I don't know if this is super obvious when I'm making these. I am so appreciative of the fact that these are being put together, these packs, that I really don't want to. I don't know all of these places intimately. So I don't really know what I'm talking about sometimes. So when I'm talking about the assets, I'm trying to talk about them as kind of just a neutral person who's going to use the assets in their build. So hopefully that comes through. I'm always worried about offending the asset creator because they take their own time to put these together. They offer so much to the community, oftentimes for little thanks. You know, sort of a pat on the back. This is the one situation where they get paid, which is super cool. But it's one of those things where like I try to keep it nice and balanced. So hopefully, pack is really good. Made you physically sick to see those buildings in your favorite game. Well, I mean, if that to me means this must feel like home to you, which. If you're able to that's a big thing. If you're able to see a representation of home in a game like this, where you're trying to build cities, that's awesome. I mean, I would be super bummed if I didn't have the opportunity to ever create places that looked like the places that I'm familiar with. I always tell people, build what you know, or build things you don't know and try your best. Am I gonna get back into Manor Lords soon? I am going to get back. So my goal, the next 3 videos, it's going to be Magnolia County, Manor Lords, Civ 6. And then it'll be the Chinese pack. So yeah, it's going to be a nice mix. And I'll make sure that basically Manor Lords is going to be in the mix until the series is done. I don't really know how long the series is going to be either. The street on the left needs to slope to the intersection. Hold on. Whoops. I think you guys can now tell that my settings reset. Yeah, it does need to slope. But in fact, this street needs to change entirely. I cannot recall that this is a pedestrian street. I don't know that it will remain that. This might, well, so this is going to be the tough thing for me personally. I know that in Germany, they'll have basically pedestrian streets start. We'll put some bollards right here. I think I've got to do that. And I would imagine just I know it's not going to actually be this way. It's like it was in Cities 1, where there were the bollards that would retract when you have emergency vehicles or something of that nature coming through. We'll just need to pretend that's the case, but that's what we'll do here. We'll add bollards, and this will probably be a normal road up to this point. Hope you get Georgian style architecture in City Skylines too. Most of your city is built in that style. Yeah, I mean, there are so many different styles of architecture that I feel are underrepresented, and the kind that I hear the most is probably I hear a lot about South America not being well represented, and I feel that like that's one that I think could have a ton more representation. I don't want to be in the shadow right here. So I'm going to do whatever I can to improve that. Just downloaded a map based on your city, but the dimensions and scale are just too small for your liking. The distances weren't realistic at all. Map making in Cities 2 is it's tough. In one of the next streams, we'll spend a little bit more time on the Wassa map so that we can continue to learn. But just know that like it's not simple to make a map right now, and the tools are very rough. So some of the maps aren't going to be perfect, but people are trying. It was amazing to me to see the number of people that said, thank you for taking a look at the map on stream. That was my first attempt at making a map. Just kind of a testament to how raw all of this is. Still, we're still in early days with a lot of this stuff. I need to move this road back. I didn't give enough space. And that was something that was mentioned, is that I was potentially having blocks that were, I guess, do you guys think the blocks are too big or too small? Because there were different discussions about that in the comments in the last stream. Why is the map editor still raw after a year and a half? Because the map editor is the editor. So it's not just that the map editor is for maps only. Once the editor is complete, assets are in the game. So it's a bigger thing. So my guess is the reason why map editing isn't great right now is because the editor itself isn't great right now. So I'm hoping, boy, oh boy, I hope we get the editor soon. Some are a bit small, but fix it up as I get to it. I like it. Yeah, gotcha. Wow. Yeah, it's, I mean, I don't know what to say at this point. Obviously they're struggling with the editor. It's a bummer. It's a huge bummer. I think we can all acknowledge that the biggest missing thing in the game right now is custom assets. And these are great. These are great. But even with these, it kind of makes you want one more asset to add to your build. You know, like that. Oh, this would be great, but I need this other building, and you can't add that building. You know, so. Am I talking about making my own city map? Have I ever tried making my own? Yeah. I'm talking about that exactly. And I have. So I've made all the series that I have right now are on my own custom maps. So Magnolia County is one of the first maps ever released for City Skylines. So there are things that are like super jank about it because of that, because I didn't have a lot of tools available to me. But it's one of the first maps that was ever released for the game. And then Segunda Beach is a height map based on Morro Bay in California. So that one is completely custom. I made that one. Learned a lot too, and I think it's a significantly better than my first map because of that. I didn't have to reuse anything to make that, which is pretty cool. Why you purposely don't get into heavy modding and you never will? Jesus, add number 5? I didn't change anything, so it shouldn't be anymore. I apologize if you're seeing that. Can I see YouTube comments? Indeed I can. Indeed I can. You want custom trams and trains? Yeah. You know what I want more than anything? I want buses of different sizes, which I think that makes me a weirdo. But it just, I like that we get electric buses. That's great. But I also feel like not having an articulated bus is at this point kind of a limitation. But I mean, it's like that for any number of things. Like I want to see custom buses. I want to see more trams. I don't know. I want it all. Hello, Luke on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Just coming in, wish me a wonderful day. All the best. The handsome dude in the corner. Thank you. Articulated buses would be great. They would be. That, and honestly, I didn't think I was going to miss the electric trolley buses at all. I do. Particularly in hilly areas. It just feels like that's what you should have. Big buses. The big bendy buses. Double decker. Yeah, that's the thing. Like some, you just straight up can't make some places without them. No bus, no buy. So between buses, I don't know what people miss more, buses or I mean, I don't even want to say it. You guys know what I'm gonna say. Bikes. Talk about the thing that everyone misses the most. Just the activity on the street as a result of them. I'm kind of going back and forth on this. I might try a retaining wall. Although, the thing about the retaining wall is it makes it feel like the wall's kind of looming over people. If I don't... I don't know if I... Basically, I'm not sure if I want the retaining wall or if I want the railing up here, the key wall. I think I'm kind of leaning towards the key wall. What do you guys think? Yeah, it's that we still don't have bikes. Yeah. Yeah. Do you keep building Magnolia County? I'm working on Magnolia County right now as we speak. Well, before we were speaking, I was working on it. And once we're done talking, I'll work on it again. This is a big one. The next Magnolia County, we're getting back talking about the Joneses. It's going to probably be one of the bigger intersection builds I've taken on, which is either going to be a disaster or amazing. And just a big neighborhood build. And I'm trying to think back to, a couple of things that I want some planning considerations I don't think anyone else is thinking about. So I'm incorporating those into the build. I think Teddy, you'll like it. You're gonna like it. Everyone else, maybe you'll go, he just gotta stop. We'll see. Highlight videos is a good idea. Of these, the reason why I didn't do the highlight videos is no one watched them. People didn't seem to like them. If there is a Twitch clipper who wants to make a clips channel, send me an email and I'm happy to work with you on that. But I'm not going to personally do it. It doesn't make any sense for me to do that right now. So, mostly because I have a finite amount of editing hours in that I can personally do. And I think working on Magnolia County is more important from an editing standpoint. Excited to see how James reacts to the divorce. We're getting a first taste of that. We're getting the first taste of that in the next one. And some of it's going to be predictable. Some of it might not be. I'm just going to load this up. I don't want a big tree back there. I'm going to load it up with smaller trees to try to cover up some of the jank. Hopefully bikes come later because it would have an overhaul. Yeah. My thought process there is I don't think that they understood just how much bikes meant to people. I mean, reasonably, I think that they were just like a couple of priorities that didn't make a ton of sense. Like homelessness has been, in my opinion, kind of a disaster of an addition to the game. I also think that like the dogs are neat, but not before bikes. So Yeah, maybe misplaced priorities there. But then again, video games are also art, and it's tough to tell the artist who's making the game that their priorities are wrong, but it's also a product. So, yeah. So many dogs. I mean, I'm sure if we look around somewhere, we don't have any schools in town, but there are probably 300,000 dogs in this city. And one person owns them all. Oh my goodness. Just one dog. And here's the thing. If you're going to add dogs to the game, I want the ability to have a leash law. Because good old Apollo over here shouldn't be walking down the road without a leash. That's a safety concern right there. I'm not a fan of that. Why is that bush floating around? I like floating bushes. That's the way to do it. You're asking. Here's the thing about, you're asking the wrong questions. Why is the bush floating, or why is the road jank? I think that's the better question. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, man. I gotta tell you, the one thing I didn't talk about in the Foundation video, and I get it, the art style is very simplistic relative to this, but the way that Foundation handles terrain is just outstanding. And it's like Manor Lords. They just kind of get it. And it makes me really want a modern city builder that handles terrain really well. Many people in Denmark walk unleashed dogs in cities. Really? I think reasonably. The reason I probably feel this way is just how litigious folks in the US are. And I feel like there have been only a couple moments where I felt like I failed my kids. And one of them was when my daughter came up to me and said, "You do that, I'll sue you, Dad." And I was like, "Wait, what?" Like, that is the most American thing you've said that I just really don't like. please don't talk that way. You're pretty sure unleashed dogs are pretty common where the devs are? Okay, then I just want a policy for leashing all the dogs. You think the game already supports different bus models? It does. In fact, if you played Cities 1 and you worked your way through all of the challenges, you have different bus models available to you. But guess who looked at the challenges and said, "Nah, I'm not interested in that." This guy. So as a result, if you ever watch Biffa's videos, Biffa has different bus models simply because Biffa completed the challenges. I didn't do that. I just didn't want to play the treasure hunt or whatever it was. Did not interest me. And now a bit of regret because I don't have those. It's funny to see how different cultures can be, even with how dogs are treated. It really is. It really is. Places are just. I think the thing I realize more and more is that places are very similar and very similar in ways you wouldn't expect, and very different in ways that are unexpected as well. There's our Dresden street covering. You wish they had innovated more in the grid structure? Yeah. That is one of my bigger disappointments. Is I really wanted a non-gridded game. Like it seemed like the thing that was a given. It was just gonna happen because like the whole grid. I mean, that's SimCity 2000. You know, like if we're being like totally upfront, that's when the grid came into be, and at that time, it made a lot of sense. I mean, you're playing on you're legitimately playing a DOS game at that point. So I figured that if anything was going to change, it would be that, but that did not change, unfortunately. But I will tell you, if anyone else is thinking of making a city builder and they want to just dominate the market, make an organic city builder and people will buy it. It will sell so many copies. I will play it on the channel as long as it's not complete garbage. I will be super excited to play that game. SimCity 1 PC port, baby, let's go. Arguably the grid got worse with no 1x1s. Oh, that's a hot topic. I personally love that there are no 1x1 buildings. I thought the 1x1s were terrible. Just from a scaling standpoint, I thought that they just didn't make any sense. So I think that the 1x1s, some people look at that as a big bad thing. I look at that as a good thing. I felt like I had to do a lot of work to try to make sure that they didn't spawn. And they just, to me, they look goofy. I gotta be a little bit more picky around here. Realizing that I am doing some ugly stuff. Major agree. Yeah, I basically, I want to see a minimum building size that makes sense. So I have to look at Trajak's mod. Trajak offered me access to it. We looked at it on stream a while back, and I don't know if I'm able to look at it again. Basically, it gives you the ability to set zoning. And that's half of what I wanted this game to do. I wanted to be able to set building setbacks, and like, I get that that's super technical stuff. But just bluntly, I think that the biggest problem with this game is that rather than appealing to the core audience, that they attempted to appeal to everybody in the world. And I feel like giving the option to have zoning and the option to have lots that don't conform to zoning cells would give you a game that is much more satisfying to play, because you're able to create cities that are much more realistic. So zoning setbacks, minimum lot sizes. You don't have to worry about a 1x1 building if you say that to spawn a building, a lot must be 2,000 square feet or however many meters that is. But just change that. Change the way you think about things. At what point do we expect to start lagging and glitching? How many people? 100,000 with a lot of detail is when I start seeing slowdown of the simulation. I find that, I guess I find more simulation issues. And I would think, depending on your machine, like I would expect at mine like 300,000 to see some serious issues with the simulation. But even at that, we created that one city on Poplar Ponderosa's map, Victoria, and it was fine. We got like, I can't remember the exact population we had. It was high. You think, what did you miss? Just came back for dinner? We finished one block and added a police station. You didn't miss much, Amir. We didn't do a lot. But I think it's okay. And we went a lot faster than we did in the previous ones. And ultimately right now, I just want to get to right here. I want to be able to spread out this way. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Power Tio. How can you stop people from doing U-turns? Well, there's only one way. And you have to have a mod, unfortunately. So if you have traffic in, you can go up and use the lane connectors tool. Right here, you can see that there's this dashed line for U-turns. I can remove the U-turns, and now people won't do U-turns right there. That's a very unsatisfying answer. There's no way to do it globally. Someday, I assume that traffic will get there, but it's not there yet. So you have to do it every single intersection, which is another reason why you should build slow in this game, I guess. Daytime Gaming. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Do I think that city skylines should add more combined elementary and high schools? Not sure about it in the US, but in your part of Canada, sometimes those are in rural areas. Yeah. I think in general. Okay, so I want to answer that. Yes. So I didn't go to a combined high school and elementary school, but my wife did. And in I'm trying to think, Three Lakes, when I moved up north, northern Wisconsin, my dad got a job in Three Lakes, and I begged him not to move there because it was a combined elementary and high school, and I was just absolutely not into the idea of going to a school that small. They're very common here. So yeah, I think that would be great. There were some in City Skylines 1 where I think you combined assets to make it. Those are pretty cool. But I'd love to see it as just an asset in the game. I would also love to see, speaking of combined things, the combinations of buildings that we have right now for mixed zoning. First of all, I think that mixed zoning should be its own category. And I feel like it shouldn't just be residential and commercial. We should have residential and office, and we should have, basically any combination that you can think of. Never actually played what naturally spawns in the 1x1s. They're really weird houses. That's the only way I can describe it. I mean, it's not unreasonable though. So let me show you this neighborhood. A million years ago, I actually lived in Eakin Park. That's why there's a song named Eakin Park. So in this neighborhood, there are places like that. I'm thinking there's one in particular that's on my mind. So this is a neighborhood that was built by Oscar Mayer, the hot dog company. They built this for their employees. And as a result, there's a wide variety of home sizes. The 1x1s would basically be like, let's fix this, would basically be like this house. So this is a single family home all by itself. It's just this home, this little alleyway right here, the shed, that is the whole lot. It is miniature. So in some ways, yes, like I get it. You want 1x1s. They do exist in the real world. This is one of those buildings, but in Skylines, they just filled in everywhere, and it just seemed really weird. It seemed really, really weird, really, really weird. You wish you were an Oscar Mayer wiener? I wish they wouldn't have left town. They used to be right here, and they shut down the factory and consolidated their operations in the Quad Cities area, Iowa and Illinois. Super bummer. Definitely don't see the Wienermobile as much anymore. Yeah, driving the Wienermobile. I'll put that one on my bucket list. It's around every now and then. You feel like the organization of the packs and zoning leaves a lot to be desired? I agree. Oh, that's a good reminder. There's a new mod that helps you customize organization. What is that called? Does anyone know? I will straight up shut down and restart and add that one in. If anyone can think of it. What city was that? That was Madison. That was my old neighborhood. It's actually the first neighborhood I bought a house in. And it was because the homes were very affordable. I don't even want to tell Gen Zers how much I paid for the house, because I think you'll either riot and start yelling at me, or you'll cry. But it was crazy cheap. I think I need a shot. Oh, Canadian. I didn't realize that Canadian. I missed the raid. Thank you, Canadian. If you guys are not familiar with Canadian, Canadian builds some absolutely awesome builds in City Skylines 2 with other games as well. Let me try to shout out. I'm really bad at this. Did it work? Hey, it worked. It worked. It worked. Canadian, how are you doing today? Thank you for the raid. What were you guys playing, Raiders? A zoning organizer. Okay, we'll restart and add that in. I want to check it out. 150K, 141. It was 141. My wife and I had a choice between a couple of homes in that range. It feels wrong at this point. That was not long ago. Cleveland is really affordable. Even some pockets have gone up a ton since COVID. Madison used to be, or portions of it were. Now it's just everywhere. It's just ridiculous. You paid $130,000 for a 480 square foot house last year, crying inside. I mean, my house wasn't big. It was a 1,100 square feet. It was good. How expensive are those homes today? The house that I purchased, that was 10 years ago, I saw recently sold for $300. It makes zero sense to me. It didn't have a basement even, which in where I live is very common, but the soils were rocky. I saw Canadian respond. You got some new detailing for railways that you're working on. Okay, so chat. I'm gonna say this one more time. Follow Canadian. So the streams that I've sat in on, some of the best waterwork that I've ever seen. Just an absolute master detailer. Absolutely beautiful. The river in your city, Janktown, sick, just sick. I don't know why you're calling it Janktown. It's not Jank. Nice $100,000 profit. Nice. No, I did not sell it at a profit like that. No, when I sold my house, prices were reasonable. So I made a little bit of money on it, but not like that. It's Janktown as the game is super janky on release. Well, there's still some things that are pretty janky about it. Well, now it makes a lot more sense. 200,000 pounds for a family house in North Wales. Okay, and 200,000 pounds, that's like double in dollars, I believe. So that's crazy. It's just crazy. And I don't even want to ask Canadian about home prices there, because it's got to be way worse. City service is when we added one. We should probably add a school soon. I'll probably add it. Maybe in the next block we'll add the school. Just got the stream pretty late. We're honestly, we're just kind of talking and building very slowly. Canadian, thank you for the gifted sub, buddy. Thank you so much. It's super generous of you. On that note, Jay Whistle, thank you for the prime. Goran, thank you for becoming an associate planner. Delma, I'm sorry I missed your super chat 20 minutes ago. Any chance to make a highlight stream? Yeah, no. Nope, sorry. Dilemma, I just, again, if anyone wants to make a clips channel, let me know. And I will work on them with that, but I'm not going to do it myself. Rink Rat Minnesota, thank you so much for the 7 months of prime. Dave of Av, thank you for the prime. Van Arken, thank you so much for 11 months of tier 1. Been a great 11 months. We feel CS2 is going to really take off this year. I think it could. I think it really could. Assets. The moment assets come out, I think the game's going to explode. Assets and bikes. It's the two things. There's a lot of crashing for people right now that I'm not experiencing. Those are the three things. They need to stop the game from crashing. They need asset support, and they need bikes. They get those three things in, people are going to go nuts. You can forgive a lot if you get those three things in. Bueno Churro, thank you for 8 months of prime. Always love to see it here, Bueno. Bell Garrett, thank you so much for the prime. Jay Down, thank you for the prime. The Patrick Loans, thank you, sir. The Patrick Sloan, thank you for becoming associate planner. Appreciate you guys. CSC Stranger, thank you for the prime. Sparky, thank you for the biddies. Hot Coffee, dude, thank you for becoming associate planner. Artemis Bacon Bits, Thank you for 6 months of tier 1. Dylan, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, bikes. Biggest bikes. Mohammed, thank you for 9 months of tier 3. That's ridiculous. You are amazing. Hopefully all is going well for you. You didn't really expect it would take 2 years to get bikes? I didn't expect that it was going to take... I mean, asset support. Man, I still remember them saying like, you know, yeah, it'll be shortly after release. I mean, it's been a little while. it's been a good long while at this point. We have moved beyond shortly after release into, oh my goodness, it's a long time after release at this point. So, yeah, hopefully, I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh no, why? Oh no, he's terracing. I have to. I don't want to. I despise that I'm terracing this. I don't know how to build on sloping terrain otherwise. I guess. Okay. A little experiment. Let's just experiment for a moment. If I were just to leave it like this, it really hates that. It really, like, you could, it's just, it, because this road is so close, it looks better. I'm going to try though. Let's, the retaining wall. Woo! That is ugly. That is ugly. Yeah. So it's not what I want to do. It's what I have to do. So, someday, maybe not. Row homes do pretty well. That's true. That is true. Row homes are the one. Like, you could... Problem is, there aren't any... Wait, I'm trying to recall. Oh, I didn't do it yet. I need to finish the guide. Wow. Someone should get on this person who made these and tell them to do better. I don't know if there are any assets like that I could use. I mean, I guess there's the French assets. I don't want to use the French assets though. I don't want to mix them in like that. Will I be streaming Manor Lords soon? I don't know. Probably not, truthfully. Only because Civ's coming out. Could I recolor the existing assets with terracotta roofs? I don't think so. I don't think that they would look good. But you know what? One of the reasons why you stream is because you get to experiment with things. So let's play for a second. And let's see how bad these look next to one another, or if they look really, really good. What is going on? Why are they missing? Or what am I missing? Where are they? What is going on? It's madness. I see none of the vanilla assets. Oh, I'm an idiot. I just couldn't tell that I needed to scroll. I feel dumb now. CS2 moment, yes. Basic European row houses will look kind of Dutch. Yeah. Well, you think they'll look okay mixed in here? That's my big question. No interest in that sorting. Oh, no, we're gonna do that. In fact, we'll let these fill in, and then we'll save and give that a shot again, or give that mod a shot, because that's a good example of why it's needed. The EU ones mix very well in your opinion? What's the name of the mod? Zoning organizer, people are saying? Yeah, the zone organizer. Oh, that's just for residential? So there is another mod that allows you to fully customize the zoning. Gary, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Lero, thank you so much for the Prime. Gary, that's super generous of you. Like, seriously, you are always supporting. Appreciate you. Boop, thank you so much for the super chat. First live stream. Enjoy your content. You've expanded your game library. I've expanded your game library. I'm both sorry and hopefully enjoy the games that you're expanding your library with. Frankie, thank you for the Prime. Ben, thank you so much for the tier 3 for 8 months. That's wild. Thank you. Appreciate you. And Mohammed, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's wild. Thank you. You didn't need to do that, but I appreciate you. Sebby Webby, thank you so much for 13 months of tier 1. Props on those row homes aren't bad. Definitely need recoloring. Yeah. I kind of dig it. I think you're right. I think one more thing before we jump out. We're not going to use zoning. There's a new mod that's even better than Zone Adjuster. But we'll hop in and get that in a second. But I'm wondering if I do this. I don't know if that's too much. I think I might be going too hard by doing that. What I really want is a retaining wall, and I just don't have them. I don't know what's better than Zone Adjuster, but we're gonna find it. It's supposed to be a very similar. Can't keep your eyes open, Cracker. Have a good night. Sleep well. Just hide it with trees and bushes. I think you're probably right. I think I'm overcomplicating it. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that along the sides and then recolor the roof. Which one's gonna be the roof? Right here. I am absolutely terrible at finding the correct color. That's pretty close though, I think. What do you guys think? So we can do something like that down the side streets, and then we'll have bushes and then a flat pad maybe where we sneak in some of these other German assets. I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. Yeah, that's good. The block, the back part seems wobbly. Well, here's the great thing about the back part. Well, that's not the way we're gonna keep it, but we can hide that. That's no problem. That'll be easy. And then we'll have a pad down here, maybe some pedestrian connections so you can get up and down between. It'll be work. German row homes though, we don't have any, unfortunately. So yeah, that'll be how we deal. We'll go ham on those, honestly. We'll just kind of go all the way around and do that. Let's figure out that mod first. I wonder if I can just go into Paradox mods from here. There is a German 1 tile wide one. There are German. Okay. I will look. I'm not recalling. Okay. Mod. Asset UI Manager, is this it? Yeah, this is the one. I believe. Yeah, it breaks everything up. I've been meaning to look at this one. So let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Just zone 1 by 1? Okay, I'll do that. Is it residential or is it mixed residential? There are 1 by 2 and 1 by 4 German buildings. Okay. Like nobody in Northern Europe cuts down trees to see every inch of light. Am I trying to build the real Dresden or just the German city? Just the German city. German city with a European flair. Just general European flair. You think it's residential? Okay. Wonder if the mod is a crash desktop magnet? Hopefully not. We'll find out. We've got autosave on, so hopefully not. Actually, a good way to check. It's not being flagged. Whoop. Sorry. It's not being flagged in here. I'm gonna say it's probably fine. It's probably fine. We're gonna find out though. Medium, not mixed. Okay. Honestly, I should finish that guide. I keep meaning to do it. Someone asked me on Discord to put the saves on Steam as well, so that people could actually go through the save. I have them all, so it's all on my radar. It's just everything. I've been very busy. Zone organizer to separate in different residential categories. So this mod promises to do even more, I believe. That's my understanding. Whoops, not mean to go to Paradox Mods. Just got back into Cities 2 after like a year, and of course the first thing you do is watch the new Beginners series. Tomer, hopefully enjoyed it. That's another one that's on my radar. The next Beginner's Guide video is going to build a we're gonna build a university. I've been waiting to do that. Now it's the right time, I think. Lero, thank you so much for the Prime. And King Cirrus, thank you so much for the Prime. 4 months. Have your Bezos sub. I appreciate you gifting me your Bezos money. Might as well take it from him. You're working at a 1-to-1 of Portland, Oregon now, Sparky? You had to start city though, too hard to make complex intersections in the editor. Yeah. You can use mods, but boy oh boy, it gets tricky in the editor. Eat the rich. Hard agree. Move it is broken in the editor. Oh. It's funny. I feel like the next video is gonna be just like me going super hard on Move It a whole bunch. Okay, so what did this mod do? Asset UI Manager. Oh, I see what you're saying now. So you're saying that I actually need both of the mods. This one doesn't do anything for residential. Ah, bummer. So this'll be helpful in the roads menu. Am I not getting it? I guess I don't have parks unlocked yet, so I can't see what it's done here. Pathway tab and roads menu. Pedestrian streets and pathway tab. Okay, that makes sense. So cross-pollinating those. Separate bridges tab in the roads menu. That makes sense too. Separate parking roads in the roads menu. Separate education tabs. Pocket parks tab. Okay. So it's a shame that we actually need both of those mods, it looks like. Yeah. Check education. Oh, goodness. Oh, my gosh. Okay, well we got to load back in. I got to get the other one as well. But yeah, that's wonderful. You know, it all makes me it just these are the sorts of things that I just don't understand. I don't understand why it's not in the base game. And it's frustrating because then you start to have crashing and you wonder, like, is it the mod or the base game? But it's just so, the organization is just very poor right now. But when you've got 1,000 things on your plate, I'm sure that the stuff starts like this starts to fall. There it is. Zone organizer. Okay, between the two of those, everything should be organized really well then. Yeah. Installing zone organizer, not zoning organizer. You're convinced that the CO doesn't have a UI UX designer? I don't know, because they're improving, like all the icons, like that they keep improving. I think are getting a lot better. Mr. 30, thank you for the becoming associate planner. Fancy, thank you for the biddies. I feel like they're improving the UI, but I do feel like I've never understood why we don't have the ability to just kind of tailor the UI the way that we want to. And it seemed like they kind of started to go down that path because you can change the color now, but rather than like giving us the full spectrum of customizing it, like moving icons around, like I honestly, like that's what I think the game should have, is the ability to like make your own folders if you want to, drag icons where it makes sense, like kind of basic UI stuff that you see in a lot of different software. Feel like if you could customize this like it were Microsoft Word, I don't want to give Word a lot of praise, but it does that part okay. Mods are created by thousands of others. It's like free employees. I don't know that I agree. Well, the problem is you get stuff like that. Like there are a number of things that, like, if they were incorporated into the game, it would allow people to make mods that do very specific things. I feel like the list of just like basic mods that everyone has to have has grown to be like 30 long, which isn't good. Game is too rigid, needs to be more flexible. Yeah, like move it. Move it, in my opinion, needs to be in the base game. Like I don't understand why it's not. Especially after playing games like Foundation, playing games like Planet Coaster. You realize that there are so many games that give you that flexibility. Tropico, give you that flexibility. Anno, up front, you can just kind of do what you want to do. Anno's not a great example of that. But the ability to take assets and move them around where you want them to be and clip and not crash. It's very, very fundamental, in my opinion. Now I can't find things. I'm like, where are the paths? Oh yeah, they're in the roads menu where it makes more sense. It's simply prompted which hotkeys to go. I mean, they're doing more of that now. So when you hover over things, it'll say like, there's the hotkey V to get the city stats. The thing is, I just don't know that this is very helpful. Like, I don't need this as a hotkey. There are lots of things like Control R is a great hotkey. Like being able to, and now it's not working. Oh, that's a map tree. If it's a non-map tree, you can generally move them. Again, like kind of a weird, like this one, I can relocate this one. Kind of another discrepancy. Like why is that the case? Christian, what'd you miss? One block and adding some mods. And now we are trying to create, we're going to use the German pack to create row homes. We're going to try. So 2 and 4 units deep is what people are saying works. I got to do one by one though. So I'll have to checkerboard it myself. So we'll see how the 4s look. I'm going to checkerboard it with the 2s. And we'll see what we like more. How many people play this on console? You mean Cities 1? I don't know that we were ever told specifically, but I feel like someone told me a significant chunk of the player base was console. Like, don't take this as fact, but it might be as high as like up to 50% of the players are playing on console. And here's the thing: you can attach a mouse and keyboard to console and play. It's surprising, but here's a lot of people just don't have computers, or if they have computers, they're utilitarian machines that they're using for typing a Word document or making a PowerPoint. They don't have gaming machines, you know. And when you think about different places in the world, that's even more, you know, a console is that much more prevalent than a gaming PC. I watched this video. What a YouTube channel that I really like is Dawid. Dawid does tech stuff, and he went back to South Africa, where he's from. I think it's actually Namibia. There's where he's from, but he was in South Africa, and he went to this gaming shop, and he said, "Oh yeah, computer prices are basically the same. The difference is that in South Africa, you know, the average income is a computer in a year. So like, if you're in that category and the console's going to be that much cheaper, you might not have access to a gaming PC." My first exposure to the first SimCity game that I owned. So I bought, we had an old green screen. I'm going to date myself. We had an old green screen laptop that I ended up getting at like a thrift store. And I tried to play SimCity 2000 on there, and it didn't have color, so the game wouldn't let me. So I ended up getting the original SimCity for the SNES. I played on console. The second version I got was SimCity 2000 on the PlayStation. And I would not have this channel. I will say that 1,000%. I would not have this channel if it weren't for SimCity on the PlayStation. Because I played the hell out of that game. It was just exactly the kind of game that I needed to fall in love with the genre. I don't think that the 4-unit deep ones are odd. I think if you made a narrow block and you had some of the corner pieces, the 2x2 corners, it would completely create a nice circular block. So I'm glad that we did this, because I think that it shows we could have a narrow block that is 4 units wide, or 5 if we move the buildings around. And then for this, it's just a good demonstration that I think this is what we actually need here. There's not going to be a great way to end this. We're going to kind of end up with what we had over here. That's not that big of a deal. And I do think, I don't know, what do you guys think? Maybe I'll give you guys a poll. I'm inclined to use both of these. I think that they both have a place where we can have some blocks where we have the taller German row homes, if you will. You had a wait. You had SimCity on the N64 or Super Nintendo. Yeah. That's the one that I had. SimCity on the Super Nintendo is why you're into this game? Yeah, like it's it was the gateway in. So like a lot of people play on console, and I don't think you should discount the console experience. Bluntly, this is something I've been talking about to a lot of people, but probably the people, not the people who need to hear it. Hold on. Should we mix EU row homes with DE? Yes or no? I'll give you guys a minute for that. What I really want Colossal Order to consider, what I really want them to consider is an official content creator pack of mods. I don't know if that would solve the issues with not being able to have mods on a console, but if they were to officially do that, Dina, thank you for being here. If they were to officially do that, then maybe you can have some mods on the console, and I think it would be huge. Like, if you guys were to have 5 mods on the console and GeForce Now version of the game, let's say it's a free content creator pack with 5 of the very best mods, and they are officially supported. Like, the modders work directly with Colossal Order. What mods would those be? Switching to PC is game changing. It really is. It really is. But if you had 5, mixing is good, is what. By the way, YouTube, 82% of Twitch says go for it. If there were 5 mods, so you're saying the advanced line tool, anarchy, move it, zoning tool, advanced road tool. Anarchy, move it, pop the growables, recolor traffic. Oh yeah. Oh. Hold that thought, chat. We don't have a fire station. We're burning money and we have no fire station. We'll add that over here. I don't know how we come back financially. I might, we're gonna have to give that some thought. Okay. Move it, number 1, move it. Minecraft has a marketplace where mods are approved by the team, thus allowed on console. Vetted mods, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Just build a giant Walmart, most European thing ever. We already lowered the budget in the last one. Colossal Order is doing a good job. Just have to run fast. Yes. At least GeForce Now supports modded maps. That's true. Is the Anglican Church with the cemetery at the center just a placeholder? Looks out of place. Yes, kind of. We don't have anything better. I don't know that. When we get something better, we'll do better. We're not sure. Thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Myrtle sure gets around. Myrtle does. Lower road maintenance. I swear that we did. Oh, we didn't. My bad. Balancing the budget. We can't lower garbage. Or water. Electricity, we are exporting. I don't think that one's a big deal. That's helpful. The problem is we're just not building fast enough. So I tell you what. I am going to build these row homes very quickly and see if that helps at all. I think we'll have another road going through here, so I'll just go like... just spend what I'm... You know what's low priority, but you miss intersection marking tool? That would be a good one. And I screwed this up. I screwed it up already. Chat. I think detailing, that's a big thing that console players miss. So I get it. I think for me, move it, plop the growables. Okay, move it, plop the growables, better bulldozer, anarchy, recolor. Those are my 5. You take those 5 and you put them in as a content creator pack that's free and console players get access. I think you build a lot of goodwill. Of course, the game has to come to console first. I think it would be really cool. Do I think that they'll bring CS2 to the Switch too? Okay, so here, okay, that's a good question. Bluntly, I really, I know that they're taking on all the ports themselves right now. That makes me think it's less likely. I hope that they stop that because it seems like it would add more pressure to them for everything. But I'm not, I have no say over these things. That would be my hope. Yeah. Hot take, you think Recolor's overrated? Oh, that is the spiciest it takes. I feel like Recolor. Okay. Here's my hot take. I've had many people tell me that they are not in like I've seen many comments say, you know what? I see what you're doing with Saguna Beach. You're just making Magnolia County again. I'm not watching. That's okay. But I'm not. And the reason why it's not Magnolia County is Recolor. You can make an asset that is out of place fit really well if you just have that one asset or that one mod. Like it's a game-changing mod. But also, hot take, every mod that's been mentioned, with the exception, no, every single mod that was brought up, that people have brought up, that I brought up, are mods that I think should be in the base game. Like, I don't know. Recolor is needed in your opinion? I agree. I like Recolor was a mod that at first I was like, that's neat. And now I don't even really want to play without it because it feels to me like it feels like it was supposed to be implemented in the base game and it just wasn't. And I feel like at some point it will be. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm zoning so I can steal this and move it over because I do have plop the growables. So I'm gonna do it. So like this is the power of some of these mods that I feel like I shouldn't have to do what I'm doing right here, but I like that I have the ability to do it. I feel like I should just be able to, if I want. High Rise City did this. A number of other older city builders have done this where you have the ability to either plop a building or, have it grow in another way. I want that option. Emote only. Whip Cracker. Whip Cracker. You can be mad at them. Enjoy the emote only chat, Twitch. YouTube, if you got anything to say, this is the time. You never understood why Better Bulldozer still goes through validation? I don't know that there's an option not to. Like, what I've realized is a lot of the mods, they're basically just taking functionality that's already in the game through the dev menu and either expanding it or modifying it slightly. So I think a lot of what you're seeing there is some of what's already built into the game just being shown to you. You don't place nearly as many French or Japanese buildings because Recolor is trickier with them? Same. I think if it were like an actual part of the game too, I just want to be able to, here's more ideas that, probably have no basis in like just reality. But what I'd like to do is when you begin a city, we played SimCity 3000 and you're able to set your building theme and your terrain theme. I want to be able to do that when you start a new city. And I also want to be able to set your building theme colors. Like, so maybe there's a couple of different palettes options available to you. So we have mostly stucco sided buildings here. So I want the buildings to have white color sides and red roofs and different stuff like that. Or if you're in Denver, maybe it's white and greenish colored roofs sometimes. And then from there, I want to have the opportunity to have those couple of packs and then modify within those packs, and then it recolors automatically. And then if you want to do something beyond that, you can do it yourself by looking at every individual building. That's what I would like to see. It'd be super cool. Imagine City Skylines, but with Matterlord's plot tool. I did that. Back in the day, I made a City Skylines 2 wishlist video. And I basically, without realizing it, described the Matterlord's tool. It was like, you know what this game needs? It needs to be Matterlords. That's what would take it to the next level. Imagine City Skylines, but oh wait, that's not again. Still editing surfaces while running out of money. It's a vibe, guys. Okay. We're gonna run out of money. That's whoa. We're not gonna run out of money because we're about to hit our next milestone. All we've got to do is plop something. So I was gonna say I could cheat and give myself money. We don't have to go there though. Let's plop something. Let's if we had some education, maybe we'd be fine then. Gosh, I really want to use like this Eastern European elementary school is like exactly the right thing for this city. And the size of it is just like, it's teeny tiny. The problem is it's just stupid expensive for the capacity you get. It's so unbalanced. It just doesn't make any sense to place it. The other schools, when you place them, you only hire teachers based on the number of students at your school. And this one, it has 100 student capacity and it hires all the teachers right away. And it's the same number that you'd have for some of the other schools. So it's just, it doesn't make any sense to get it. We need a code mod to rebalance the Eastern European assets. I don't even think it's that. Like, I feel like it's an issue generally with the assets just not having a scheme. Like, there's just not a, I don't understand. Like, they rebalanced the modern architecture, and now they make more sense. But it's like a thing that all the assets just don't make sense. And at first I was like, yeah, I'm on board. You get some options. Everyone likes options. And now it's just like, well, this is comical. Like, first of all, we don't know what the actual upkeep is on any of these. But I know that this one right here, this community elementary school, is considerably cheaper than the small Eastern European one. Friday has so much content you gotta watch. Just a bunch of streamers live and just a bunch of streamers live. Well, listen, Copa, I think you chose to go the right way. You chose to go the right way. Being here. Thank you for being here. Cruckkill. You love the fact that this elementary school is based on a real one from a village 100 kilometers from your place. So I'm sure that makes you want to use it even more, and it's just too expensive to use. Maybe Eastern Europe has a better student-teacher ratio? Yes, you're correct. Every student gets their own teacher. It's actually homeschooling, but all the parents can come to the school and teach their kids there. It's awesome. So my hope is that this helps resolve our financial issues. I can't fully recall. There was a point. We'll get rid of that. There was a point in one of the other builds. I want to say it's like 10,000 population where things kind of just balance out financially as long as you're not building things you don't need. And we haven't really built anything that we don't need. It's just really expensive. Everything's really expensive. Thank you for the super chat, Goran. Ever considered incorporating ribbon development for this build? Really common in Flatlanders, or in Flanders, might be cool. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Since you're building an Eastern German city, am I planning on making some Eastern European Plattenbau buildings? I'd have to look that up. I'd have to look at what do you mean by that? Are those some of the larger Eastern European, like the longer ones, or what are those? I should put some fees for water and electricity at 108%. Well, I'll experiment with that. So this doesn't upset people. It's not very much money, but you know what? Every bit helps at this point. Oh, that's the budget. We don't want the budget to go up. Aha, I see what you're... The citizen happiness at above 108. Oh, wow. The consumption goes down the more you turn this up. The efficiency drops. I can go up to 114 there and people don't get unhappy. That's amazing. And we're not going to America out. I can't charge for healthcare. So, okay. A little bit of extra money. But that also means there's more to exports. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. This is actually just your Mandalor's village in the future. Plattenbauten are essential social housing in Eastern Germany. I should build some of the low rent housing. I'm gonna build a couple of blocks down here. I don't want to leave all these gaps, but the budget is an absolute mess right now. I'm trying to think of the sizes that were nice. I think this is one of them. 3x5, if I'm not mistaken. Gives you kind of an apartment looking building. Yeah, that's the one that we're placing, which I feel like just like a few of these around here would look nice. You know what? We looked at where the sun was coming up before. I kind of... Do you guys remember which way was north? This was all... Okay, actually. This church is facing a specific direction. Ooh. We gotta look at that too. The church was facing... Which way? Which way? Do I think that the console version is closer to being released next fall? Hold on. Based on the latest updates? What are the latest updates? Is there something that I missed? If you're asking me, I think that Colossal Order doesn't know when it's going to be. Okay, sun sets in the west. So this is north, and this is east. So reasonably, the social housing should be over here. If we were going to make this like east, well, if we were going to make it Berlin-like. It's fine. We'll just do whatever. It doesn't matter. Correct. Church was facing. I think it's facing west. The front door is facing west. You thought this was gonna be Dresden? I mean, no, it's a mixture of things. We took Dresden for some influence up here, but we're gonna take many cities for influence. We're actually taking a city in Sweden. I bookmarked it for influence along the coast. In East Germany, they're usually lumped in the industrial area. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. But also, I'll listen. So we'll say bon voyage to those and in the industrial area, my friends. I'm sorry to do this to them. Oh, this feels so wrong. It also feels so real. I grew up, so we had, I guess it's kind of what you would consider socialized housing in Europe. But when I was growing up, my mom and dad separated when I was very young, and my mom was not very wealthy. So as a result, we lived in county housing for a while. And it was in an industrial area. I lived next to a green bean canning factory. And I grew up loving the smell of green beans because of it. Like, I mean, I legitimately like canned green beans. It's like, that's my thing because of that, because of living there. I like the smell of it. My wife hates that I like canned green beans. But it was an industrial area, so that's fair. Like, it was kind of on the edge. Honestly, it shouldn't be right here. It should just kind of be a neighborhood off this at the end. Even here, it's like that. As crappy as it is. So maybe I'll kind of build this out a little bit. Was it green giant green beans? I'll let you know in a second. Hold on. Okay, cross the bridge. Here it is. I want to say this was the house next to a big parking lot for all the green bean people. I don't know that I can see it through there. And the town's so small, of course. It's not going to be there. Labels? It might have been. But yeah, big industrial plant right in the middle of a residential area. And that was where the county was able to purchase land for that. So that makes sense. So weird to see low density right next to industrial like that. I mean, that was, especially in this small town. Like, there's a manufacturing plant right here, the old phone company. Also big industrial buildings right next to, you know, where people, very, very close to where people live. So yeah, that's the community was just laid out in that way. And if you think about it, think back to historical times. This city in particular, these main roads were tram lines, privately owned trams. So if you're in this community and it's primarily low density, and you need to be able to get to these workplaces, you need to have them fairly close to your home, because you have to walk to the tram line. So if you live way over here, you have to walk to the tram line, get on the tram that goes all the way down here, and then walk here. So this makes these more desirable locations because you're walking, or, you know, however you're getting around. So it makes sense when you consider it that way. Today, would you plan it like this? Probably not. now, an example. Now an example of this would be, here's a new residential neighborhood next to, this is an industrial site. And the amount of separation in between these is a lot. Here's an older portion of that, but that's a lot of separation in between those sites. You'd never have it as close as they are now. But also, like, if it weren't for the bus being right here, this is also basically inaccessible by anyone who's walking, which is not cool. So, yeah. To be honest, you'd rather look at a scrapyard than Scottish vernacular architecture for the brutal. We all have our preferences, I suppose. But yeah, I will add those here. And it's I feel like I don't do this enough in builds generally. Mixing in residential near industrial. And it honestly makes me feel a little bit bad because I actually, on a planning conference, toured, hold on. In Milwaukee, there's mixed industrial and residential along the Milwaukee River. The Milwaukee River, much like in Cleveland, was very, very, very polluted at one point. And it's not a very great place to be. And they've really done a lot to improve it. And one of the places I looked, I can't recall 100% where it is. It's near a roundabout, big roundabout. One of the places that I visited though, it was a mix of residential and industrial, like light industrial, and people loved living there because it wasn't the kind of industrial where like you're machining things or whatnot, but machining things using heavy chemicals. It was light industrial, 3D printing sort of things, stocking. There were quiet hours and it worked. Walker's Point. You're saying it's over here? Yeah, oh, there's the roundabout. There's the roundabout. Yeah, you're right. It was over here. So what is the name of there's a brewery over here. I ended up getting a brewery. I ended up being part of the brewery club. Somewhere over here, Mobcraft. And then near Mobcraft, there's a bunch of new mixed use industrial residential. So super cool. It works. Spaghetti junctions? That's because this area has changed a lot. I got let's take a look. I think one of the reasons I stayed there is at the time I was working for the state. Oh, brutal. It's not loading the historical imagery. So the roundabout, I think. Ah, there it was. There it was. You guys saw it for a second. Okay. It used to be worse. I mean, that roundabout cleaned things up. Back in the day, this was just an absolute disaster. Can you imagine driving through this mess? Like, there's a reason for each of these junctions, but boy, oh boy, what a disaster. And here in Wisconsin, we love roundabouts. So you get this crazy looking roundabout right there, but that gives you a bunch of green space. And, I wouldn't consider this, like, as a pedestrian in this area, it wasn't awesome. It's not terrible, and it's attractive enough. Yeah, I can't remember where Mobcraft was. Right around here. Nice area. I like Milwaukee. It's a place that I will always regret not being able to live there. I almost went to school there. First time watching the stream, Tareen, thank you for being here. W fix, huge W fix. And Milwaukee's good for these kinds of things. Lots of great fixes. Really nice infrastructure in Milwaukee. Milwaukee's a great city. I feel like cities like Milwaukee, Chicago, Cleveland, underappreciated. People don't realize what great urban fabric they have and what great communities they are. I don't know if Lee's still in here, but I'm sure he agrees as well. Bueno Churro. Phoenix picks Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's not underappreciated. People love Pittsburgh. People love Phoenix too. I know a ton of people have moved to Phoenix. The Rust Belt loaded with fantastic cities? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Fantastic cities that people just... I feel like everyone looks to escape, and then they complain about housing prices. You can get a great city you can live in a great city in the Midwest. I will forever speak about the good things about the Midwest. And now, the one thing I can say is we get less snow than the South. They've had more snow in Florida in the last month than in Wisconsin. Roundabouts that run into a traffic light are crazy. I agree. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, this is significantly increasing the population. I'm going to add another block. I'll try to get a different home, though. I'll just spawn some stuff in. Phoenix is great. Cries in Baltimore. Baltimore's a great city, too. Climate change dub. I don't know that it's a dub. This has been the weirdest year, which I feel like I should not say that. Every year is the weirdest year for weather. But this one's been super strange. It got to the point where I was just like, you know what? If it's gonna be this cold, just give me the snow, man. Like, make it feel like it should be like this. I do not like when it's bitterly cold and you get no benefit, no snow. Like it just feels wrong. You got a foot of snow in Kansas City from one storm. It was ridiculous. The entire time that you got snow in Kansas City, here in Madison, we had 0 inches of snow. The last time we had significant snow, we had a little bit. We got like a dusting. And then we had like a half inch that stuck around for a while. Ridiculous. 50 in Chicago this week. It was 56 degrees here yesterday in Madison. It's wonderful. It's going to be 56 again. I actually have yard work. My wife is doing garden planting. No snow in Vancouver yet this season. Maybe this weekend. Poplar, we might get a little bit this weekend too, but then it's going to be 50 again, which I don't know what 50 is in Celsius, but it's sweatshirt weather. You can walk outside in a sweatshirt. The Arctic vortex without snow is depressing. That is super depressing. Super depressing. And if anyone in here is from Florida, I apologize in advance for what I'm going to say. But it was pretty damn funny seeing all the snow in Florida. It just cracked me up. I'm sorry, guys. I know you didn't like it. But also, I've known people who thought they escaped snow during the pandemic, moved to Florida, and then here they go. They get snow and we don't have any. You know, like 2 to 3 days of snow in Berlin. 62 in Dallas Fort Worth right now, or 52. Or DMV. DMV. Why does that sound familiar? Is it the DC area? You're from Florida, you got some snow in your backyard, too cold? You know, I think you guys have to pay for all that good weather, and that is your payment. I'm gonna try something here. We're gonna do the 4-unit deep thing here. I'm gonna run a pedestrian road down the middle and then add some caps at the end, and we're just gonna see how it looks. It's basically that plus this is either gonna look great or terrible. You guys are gonna have to let me know which one. City planning? What's city planning? You're Indian? I mean, there are lots of places that haven't planned cities. Heck, here in the US, you could argue that some places just do reactionary things. It reset all of my shortcuts, and it's driving me insane. That's the worst thing about the corruption of my settings file, which just happened to me. I hate this and this auto align. Oh, this is all editor stuff. Whoops. I get rid of almost every single one of these shortcuts. Half of them are just completely useless. Sorry, this is driving me crazy because I'm trying to hit shortcuts for things that are fairly normal and common that you'd want to actually see shortcuts for, and you just can't do it. And it's driving me insane. Half of these don't make any sense. Okay. I think now that I've removed those, I'll be able to play the game again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's so much better. Of course I deleted it. Time to keep a backup of my settings file? I do. But to restore it, like I already did half of the changes, so it just feels silly to restore it now. I'll just back up the new one and again not do anything with it. I should be restoring that file though, but I feel like, and I don't know if this is happening to you guys too, my settings file corrupts like once a week. Granted, I play a lot of Skylines, but it's a lot. Your capital, New Delhi, is a planned city. You don't know what that guy's? Yeah, New Delhi. I was gonna say New Delhi. I can't remember who planned that, but isn't it? I want to say it was an American, or maybe it was a British. I think it's the guy who planned. I'm not gonna guess, but yeah, it is a planned city. There are great plans for it that are widely available. One good thing about being cold in Florida is a nice low power bill. That's true. That is true. You got to take the good with the bad. Oh my goodness. So I don't know if you guys are noticing, but I'm like struggling to find things. But then once you realize like, oh boy, there's a paths button and the pedestrian roads are in there. This makes so much sense. It's a much more logical way to lay this out. So what I'm hoping to do is grab these blocks, center them in between this pedestrian road, and this is the 4-unit deep building. It'll be a little bit jank. But what you guys have told me is that it's okay to have those white facades there. That's normal in Germany. So I'm going to say that this is fine once we get it there. And then this will be nice and terraced all the way down. What do you guys think? The UI mod doesn't make sense where it is. I like the way that the UI mod is changing things. It makes a ton more sense to me. Davey, your energy bill is higher because you only have an emergency space heater. No insulation to keep the heat in. I mean, that is a great point. I mean, that's like in California when I lived there. The apartment that I had, I was in West LA, so it never really got above 75. So I didn't have an AC. And if it would have gotten really hot there, like I know that it did on a couple of occasions, would have been brutal because of that. Because you're just not planned. It's not planned for that. I'm gonna bump this up, and we're gonna Control H. Oh. Thought I was doing something good. Woo! That is a fun ride going down that hill for that truck. Enjoy. Gosh, this looks bad. I don't know that I can make it look any better than that. Short of, I'm going to back this out a little bit and center it in between these blocks. And then we'll land. Ooh. We're not losing it. We're not losing it, chat. It is really steep. It is. It is really steep. I wonder what grade this is, just out of curiosity. 21%. Yeah, that's pretty steep there. That's not a. You're gonna get some beefy calves in this community. We've not necessarily respected the topography. Not unrealistic though. You're correct. We're kind of just doing our own thing, which happens, you know. The whole point was to be on the hill. And if this is a historic city, you're probably on the hill for protection. And you'll get the protection up there. You'll be able to see everything and shoot down from here onto anyone coming your way. That was the goal. Slightly unrealistic, but not absurd. I don't know. There's a lot of really steep cities. Especially if they're pedestrian. Like, then, like, I wouldn't be super excited to drive in this city, but we've left pedestrian roads everywhere anyway. And we won't look at this side. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I want to be able to cover up that door. So San Francisco standards, indeed. With a little bit of love and potential, this place has detailing. This has potential. I think so. I think the one thing I need to do to give myself space for detailing is just kind of back that out a little bit. And then fix whatever this is. That's better-ish. And then we just bend things to our will again. A town where you live has a 41% slope. That's brutal. That's brutal. 50 Fahrenheit is about 10 Celsius. Yes, hope if this were icy, whew, get out of here with that. That'd be terrible. Also got a roller coaster here, so that's fun. making the topography respect us. It's going to be fine. We're just going to, there. And I'll slope from here again. It's not terrible. It could be a lot worse. I think with a couple of trees, I just wish that I had a way to, I wonder if it just like kind of manually with every single building, bumping them up. Gosh, we're still bleeding so much money though. Like I'm going to spend time fixing the terrain and we're going to go bankrupt in the meantime. Great slopes for cable cars. Honestly, for real, like that would be amazing. This side's not so bad. It's just this one that's not good. Difference in topography making cities more unique and interesting. It really is. That's one of the things about the game in general. Like cities 1 and 2, they force you to not embrace topography. And the most interesting places, or many of them, have interesting terrain. Even if it's water bodies, like the game's good for that. It's always been good for that. Like, you can embrace water. But I feel like that's something that in this one in particular, you can't really do at all yet. I really, really can't wait for bridges and harbors. I'm hoping that there's some really good assets to make cool waterfronts. Honestly, I'm really hoping for a lot of industrial stuff too. I feel like it's really challenging to make a compelling industrial waterfront right now. Well, we're taking it down. We're only losing 4,000 per hour now, which feels like an improvement. Slight improvement. Need to be able to remove sidewalks in the base game? QZ, that's the most American thing you've said. But I agree. I agree. Especially knowing that, you know, in Phoenix, that was the one thing about Phoenix that just bugged the living crap out of me. Just seeing the lack of sidewalks just drove me mad. Uneven is beautiful in any aspect of life. I think it makes things more interesting. Imagine the workout every time you go to the bakery. You know, everyone in this city would be very healthy. Just imagine that. One of the healthiest cities because of that. Because everyone has to walk up these massive hills. And now we're going to try to hide the imperfection. Oh, the budget's just so bad. It's so bad. I don't want to do what I think I have to do. I don't want to do it. It's going to force me to spam build stuff, and I just hate that. I used to walk uphill both ways. This city might have to. I think I'm going to spam build a few things. On the flatter terrain, I think I'm just going to build a bunch of single family homes. We're running out of money too fast. I can't keep doing it. You see much worse in the UK, in most cities. I'm gonna try one thing. This will probably work very poorly, but we'll replace it. I'll just do a bunch of medium density German assets right here. And then underneath there, I'm going to add in a whole bunch of the same assets that we were using before from the UK pack. Just the residential assets. So not ideal, but I don't know that we have another option right now if we want the city to remain alive. You mentioned a couple of American cities, which are reactionary rather than planned. Which are they? Almost every suburb. Almost every suburb. Colorado Springs is one that I can think of that's very reactionary as well. But yeah, a lot of suburbs, they end up growing very fast, and rather than planning for their future, they just kind of attempt to deal with the growth that they have, or they just try to attract a bunch of growth without a plan for it. And that's not universal, and that's generalizing too much, but many do. Charleston, New York City, Savannah. New York City. You're talking about planned cities. I was gonna say, yeah, New York City has it's very planned, very well planned. Savannah is also very well planned. I mentioned I'm going to Savannah. Very unique street grid there. I'll be sure to take lots of pictures while I'm there to share what that looks like. Gosh, I hate to do this. I feel like I'm just brutalizing this build, but I don't know that I have any options. So the sadness line. So basically, anything below the sadness line, we will redo potentially. So just remember, the sadness line is not permanent. It's just it's what we have to do to keep this thing going. Yes, it is the sadness line. So sad. Okay, we're going hard UK now. So basically, I'm just gonna rapidly fill all of this in with UK assets. And because I've zoned this so crazy, I have a feeling they're gonna look like garbage. Gotta love Savannah. Living here is great. Good. Hey man, gamer guy, love your Mandalore series. Great battle scenes. Thank you. I will try to make them better in the next one, where they'll actually make sense. I will not speed through it. Number one. Number two, I will not just let my troops get savagely attacked. I will attempt to attack myself. Apparently, I've not been doing that. Why not Eastern European low density? I tell you what, since this is just it's probably not remaining, I'll do a mix. And this will be the confusion line. So everything this way, we will go Eastern European. Well, the running question will be in the community will be why is the zoning this different? And we're just gonna spam it and let it run for a while to hopefully balance our budget out, because things are absolutely absolutely terrible right now. These people need jobs, sir. We will get that next. We will get their jobs next. We'll spam some factories over by. Well, actually, there's two things that we need to do. Number one, I think that there's a problem with our dump, so we're gonna look at that. And then number two, I'll spam some factories over by the factory district. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. That should do the trick there. And then what was going on? Not enough power. Ugh. We added power lines all the way over here. And of course, it's going to be right at the end right here, where I just didn't connect it. Hopefully that fixes that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. What is the problem? What is even going on? Okay, power is connected there. I have no idea. This should be working. It goes all the way back. I have no idea. Will that get it working? I have no residential demand wouldn't do anything? Yeah. We zoned a whole bunch, so as a result, it's not gonna... The demand is completely saturated right now. Oh, man. This is really frustrating. The only solution... if I get... I don't love this because I don't want to add lights all the way to the side of the road, but if I do that, then maybe I can make it work. I mean, I know that a transformer would solve this, but I don't have any money, though. What got me into city builders? SimCity. SimCity 2000 and SimCity, the original. Just like the idea of having a game that didn't have a goal, that I could just be creative. Had water pipe connection issues since the patch. Maybe same for electric. Maybe. I think that you might be onto something there, Sonny. I want you guys to forgive me for what I'm about to do. Forgive me, chat, but I've got to do it. We'll see if that fixes it. You saw nothing. None of you saw anything. You saw nothing. Everything's fine. You would never do this in your Builds burger. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. You didn't see anything? Good. I'm happy to hear that. There's nothing to see at all. Everything's fine. Big office demand. And all we have are these low density offices that are just going to look ridiculous in the city. So I'll build a couple of them out here, I guess. Hmm. You can use the power not flowing from the... You can see the power not flowing from the coal plant into the line heading towards the dump. Okay, hold that thought. I'm not opposed to doing a little bit more troubleshooting. That bothers me. But I see the connection there. That's the part I don't understand. And you see it here too. It drops underneath because of the bridge. And that's right there. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea where the connection's broken. Because from everything I can tell, it should be connected. The only other thing I can think of is... I guess I could do this. Okay. Let's roll the dice. Nope. I don't know. I don't know. That's frustrating, and I'll troubleshoot that another time when the city's not dying. Right now though, not a great time. Just like this person's having a bad time living near the pollution. Feels like we temporarily murdered the city. I agree. I probably should just give in and play with unlimited money. The other option is I just donate some money to myself. I'm gonna let it run though. We're gonna see what happens. It's terrible, terrible. On the confusion line, I'll add a couple of these too. Not sure if the size of this is gonna be good. So this is the Eastern European commercial. Okay, now we wait and we see what happens. Don't give in. I'm trying not to give in. I'm doing my best. In the meantime, Koomplas, thank you so much for Koomplas. Thank you for the biddies. You would have preferred low density or no pollution industrial zoning in CS2. You live in Western New York, and the small towns have 2 to 3 major machining and manufacturing buildings, typically in the middle of those small towns, surrounded by homes. Not something you can do in City Skylines 2. Completely agree. Completely agree. Light industrial in general is not a thing. Erica, thank you for the prime. Goran, thank you for the super chat. Ever considering ribbon development? Oh yeah. We got that one. Thank you. SpaceX's life. Thank you for the Raiders. An hour ago. I'm a terrible person. I'm sorry, SpaceX. I don't know if you're still here, or Raiders, if you are here. Totally missed it. I failed. And I'm sorry if you are here. Thank you for being #1 streamer. I'm terrible at this. Yeah. American city planner ruins a European city. I'm gonna say that the European city ruined itself. But if we're gonna ruin the city, let's speed run it and go as fast as we can. I feel like it will get better, but it's gonna take a little while. I'm also all right. As we're speed running towards catastrophe, more industrial. That's our problem, as we just destroy the city to play the game. I love it. I love it. This is wonderful. This is exactly what I hoped would happen. Yeah, R.I.P. New Dresden. We barely knew you, and here we are destroying you. We're broke. It was a good run. I'll revive the build if I have to. But first we'll try it naturally. And right here, this describes exactly how I'm feeling. Will there be a new map pick stream? The map wasn't the problem. Economy 2.0 was. Look at that. Look. It's getting better. It's getting better. It's getting better. Things are improving. We need to wait. If we wait long enough. Too much chat to read? Yeah, that's it. Soviet planner speedruns industrialization. That's the thing. That's all that we're doing. My goodness, if we could just get some people to move into the community. So many areas where you could move in and have an absolutely excellent time living in this community. Gosh, I can't even build a road to add more industrial. Oof. Just brutal. Doing a detailed build with money is incredibly difficult. Agreed. I paid a lot of attention to placement of things that probably didn't matter. But I can enjoy the feel of this while we're going broke. I should be doing mining to fund a town. You're right. Okay. Oh, I'm just going to destroy this city. Just absolutely brutalize it. But this is actually something that someone mentioned. They mentioned that plus leaving King's Land, which I guess is forested areas that the king had that are now like basically green spaces. I won't be able to build power to the mines. Listen. Minor details, kind of like the map edge boundary, minor details. Don't worry about those. No, that's going to be way too big. Way too big. I won't go crazy. I'm already there. I'm going to leave space for some thick trees to separate. I'll modify those ones over there. Okay. That is that helped. That helped, chat. That was a good idea. Next suggestion from anybody. Emote only chat. I'm gonna do this live on stream at a special map, and I'm gonna plan carefully. Indeed. And now the idea is that we are going to speed run killing the city and spamming buildings for money, which is another strategy. It's a little known strategy, but it's very effective. Let's see. What other buildings? Maybe some farms. Let's see what... Oh. I was worried about this too, remember, chat? If we added too many factories, we'd pollute the entire city. So this is the bad part of town. So we've done all sorts of bad things by focusing on detailing. As a... We're just not going to worry about it. We're just not going to worry about it. It's going to be okay. Ugh. I'm planning too much. I have to put on my reactionary hat. We are about to get reactionary. Here's my reactionary hat. These are going to be burgage plots. Manor Lords, welcome to City Skylines. This is what we must do. to thrive. How many Morgan? One Morgan. Actually 1.3, one Morgan, 1.8, and this one we'll try to use to balance it all out, and we'll switch it up between the resources. It'll be good. Guten Morgen. The funny thing is, with every one of these farms, things do improve, or maybe not. I thought that they were. Every one of these farms, we just do more farm things. And oh my goodness. I'm gonna breathe for a second. And it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. It's beautiful. I don't know that I would call this beautiful. I thought that this was kind of like becoming beautiful. I would consider this to be it's a thing. We've done some things, some of which I'm not proud of, some of which we had no choice. We're almost breaking even. It's getting close. I feel like we're gonna get there. Still losing money. Yes, we're still losing money, babe, but it's getting a lot better. Loan? You can tax your farm 30% and they won't move? Boom. Solutions. That didn't even solve our problem. Parking lots, more parking lots. I can't believe that I just cranked the taxes on here, and I mean, I wonder. You cannot escape. You are stuck here. Enjoy your time. No, they are not stuck here. It's making things worse. I will crank the taxes, though. You can get away with higher taxes on industrial than anything else. And then... tweak our offices. Probably the best I can do. 10%. You can't look. Please tell you when this is over. I'm gonna try one more. I can't even add a cul-de-sac bulb because that costs money. Oh my goodness. I can't move this. That's so frustrating. I feel like the hit zone there doesn't make any sense. All right, I'll just throw it right here temporarily. Everyone loves that. Everyone thinks this is wonderful. I agree. Paid street parking. Ooh. I think that you might be onto something there. City policies. Is that a neighborhood? I almost never set policies. Might be a neighborhood level policy. We'll add a district around here. It'll be fun to look at things anyway while we're waiting for things to balance out. For a European city, it will be as far as income goes. Is this unacceptable? I feel like European cities are generally doing a little bit better than American cities in terms of income. Maybe that's a gross generalization. Moonlight Springs. No policies unlocked. Parking is tiny town. I'm gonna do it. The loan. It's such a bad idea. It makes more sense to sit here and deal with the pain than it does to take out a loan, because I promise you guys, the loan will ruin us. We are slowly slinking our way out of this issue. It's painful. It sucks. I can't even plant a tree, but we're slowly approaching break even. Trying to put me in a bad. You're trying to put me in a bad spot, Emil. Office. I mean, I can zone a couple of offices. I don't know if they're actually going to show up. I think one will probably completely tap out our zoning demand. No? I can't even control the zoning because I can't draw paths. Oh. Oh. Can I cheat? I cannot cheat. Zone residential? All we've done is zone residential. There's a bunch. Although I think the complaint now is high density residential. So that actually is something that we can add. How do we get that though? There we go. More of our the same building that we've been kind of spawning all over the place over here. Oh, we're sliding backwards, guys. Audio is off. What audio is off? Looks good to me. What a unique building. That's actually a solid idea. That's French. UK Executive Mansion. An inn with parking. This will be very out of place. There's one pub. I'll add a gas station over here. Oh my goodness. You know what? The UK, I mentioned this in Saguna Beach. The UK, the manor, it's basically like a cheat code. Okay, gas station, and then I'll throw in one of the country hotel. That's gonna do it. It really will. It's gonna do it. It doesn't seem right, but it's gonna do it, I think. So close to tier 5. What is tier 5? Oh, the next level. Yes. That'll get us to our budget too. Okay. You know what? We're gonna build another block here anyway. It's French, but there we go. Got some money. What do we get? We got some French signature buildings. Dear God. Well, thank you, 3-star country hotel. I think that is why we are making all this money now. And everything else in the city is now popping up. I have no idea. Paid parking time. We don't even need it. Now we just completely free parking everywhere. We got wiggly roads. That's how this is how we prevent people from driving in our city. It's perfect. We murdered the city and we brought it back to life in a way that is this what did it? I honestly, Chad, I'm kind of disturbed now. That was not like I thought we would do a little better. That's ridiculous. I guess I could have looked at the budget to see. Yeah, it's straight up the hotel. It's the hotel. The hotel balanced the budget. That is wild. My goodness. Well, you better believe we're going to keep it in the build because we have no option. So if you want to fix your city, 3-star country hotel will do it. Don't question it. Noted money hacks. Paid street parking, 3-star hotel. Indeed. Nice cheats. It's the perfect cheat. Things will get better. We just have to wait. Reported me for cheating. I think that's fair. Mayors hate this one simple trick. This is the one simple trick that all mayors have been looking for. Even better. We've got more. We've got the 2-star and the 5-star. If we wanted to crank this up to the next level, we would just put these out by the dump. That's the strategy. Okay, great. No power out here again. Just we want to make some money. We're going to solve this once and for all. Now that we have those, we should be able to afford our transformer station. So I'll add the transformer and connect to the power line. And there. Now, watch our money go through the roof. Look at that, chat. I've solved all of our budgetary problems in the most realistic way possible. I'm ruining your immersion. I'm not going to keep these out here. But if you are struggling and don't want to take out loans, I guess there's a way to do it. Oh my goodness. Yes. Has helps. We've done some truly ugly things. And then scammed our way towards making all of the money. But we've done what we've had to do. Honestly, this block that spawned in isn't terrible. I don't hate it. And that's south of the sadness line too. Interesting. If you want to get rich, all you have to do is acquire the hotel. Indeed. All you have to do is acquire the hotel and plop it. You plop the hotel, and all of your money problems will be solved forever. In light of that, I'm going to clean up some of the ugliness. I'm going to keep the one hotel. We have no option besides to keep the hotel, but this will allow us to like actually fund our schools and everything, all of the things. So we're going to roll with it. Is the green line raised over the left? Huh? Eastern Europe does not fund schools. Well, I mean, We samesies. We have the same problem. I think I might actually keep this. I wasn't stoked about that stuff over here though. So yeah, that's what we'll do. And then I'm gonna give it a redundant connection out here. So okay, budget balanced. Is it right the way that we did it? Probably not, but you know. We're gonna take some liberties because we don't have any options. Oh, green line over the residential area looks raised. The green line over the residential area looks raised. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea. Just got wind of Phil's money problems from a German streamer. Well, we've solved them all. Everything is great. Don't worry about it. We solved it. All we had to do. The funny thing about this is, look at this. Not enough customers. They're struggling. But we are, yeah, one room rented. One room rented, but we are still taxing the heck out of them. Well, thank you, hotel, for saving the city. I think I just get to build casually now in the place that we were actually paying attention to while this stuff does this thing. We should probably place a high school too. It's the one thing that we haven't placed yet. So there's the German elementary. We didn't place X. I think this is really expensive. High school, way too expensive. We'll have enough money soon. Oh. You see, it was intentional now? No. This is totally unplanned. I had no idea how to solve the problem. City Planner Plays, FYI, when you click on the menu to build power lines, it doesn't actually show you the electricity flow, only water pipes for some reason. Huh? Really? No, it does. So those are underneath the road. That's why it looks like that. It's the water pipes that are, or the power lines that are underneath the road. It's showing us it's just not working, and I don't know why, bluntly. You're back. You did a small trip though through this cold evening. I see. You missed the drama. We're good now, but things got pretty hairy for a second there, and I'm not proud of what we had to do. Sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures, and we definitely took them. I'm just gonna this one block, just a zoning test, because this looks okay except for that. I don't know why it's not filling in over here if it's gonna do this one. Oh, it's just a lot happening. No, you need so you need to watch the VOD. It was a lot of pain. It was a lot of pain. But we're good now. And we now have the sadness line, which ends in lumpies and bumpies. Is this city perchance based on Dresden? It was supposed to be. And then it became based on making money. Capitalism was reigning supreme. And now we're calming down again because we can. Things got really bad for a second there. We also, all the communication stuff is now necessary. Transit's available, parks, finally. All the road services stuff. Justice for Squiggly Road. Someday we'll have to make Lumpy Lane. Boy, some of these buildings look... Oh, wait. My curiosity is going to get the best of me. So 6 units deep. I want to know what this looks like back to back. So 2, 3, 4. Actually, hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this building is clearly meant to be 12 deep. So if we were to do that, I'm kind of just wondering how the block looks. Maybe instead of fudging it, I'm just going to zone it in naturally. And you guys will just know that that's the purpose of this block. I will stop demolishing things. And we'll see what happens here. Okay. There. Perfect. And then we have a little park right there. Love it. Hi, a new fan here. Would I be continuing City Bus Manager? I have not been playing City Bus Manager, but I would say Yorkie Pud, who's a fan of the channel, has been putting out very good City Bus Manager content. So I would encourage you to go check out Yorkie Pud, newer content creator from the UK. Very good. Yeah, but thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Raiders, I saw what you were up to. Dava, I saw you were playing some City Skylines 2. How's it going today? Loving the experimentation. Thank you. Thank you. Kind of dig the road? Kind of do too. Kind of do too. Put a parking lot within the building. We don't do parking in New Dresden. Raiders, how was the stream? How are you all doing today? Raiders, have you lost your arc? Doing good. Doing some cities and some Nautica. Oh, very nice. I had not played that, but I've heard good things. Well, thank you for the raid. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Phil. City Planner Plays, have a YouTube channel with the same name. Hello, hello. Thank you for being here. We're experimenting here in New Dresden. It's my first European build. We've had a rough time. We ran out of money, and we learned a really fun little trick. If you place the 3-star country hotel, even if it's not profitable, you will make lots of profit from it. It'll completely save your city. If we delete this thing, our city dies. If you place all of the country hotels, you will bankroll your entire county budget. So that's what we're doing today. How am I doing? I'm doing well. It's Kylie. Thank you for being here. Don't zoom out. We deleted most of the shameful things. Most of the shameful things are done now. The remnants are right here. You can see. We've got to hide this. You guys saw nothing. This isn't where I spammed a whole bunch of farms to try to make money. Definitely didn't spam things over here too. Look at all that beautiful street parking. I should definitely take it away. It seems like this is this is honestly the only parking that we built in the community. And as a result, everyone wants to park their car. It's like, if you want traffic in Skylines 2, just don't build any street parking and then put it all in one small district. Look at all this activity. Feels like Skylines 1 right here. Cars are circling around trying to get the 4 parking spots in the city while pedestrians walk past them and say, you know what? I have priority here. Because they should. Make it even better. Calm yourself, people. Calm yourself. 100% how you do stuff here. $50 per car. Charge them for it. Oh, yeah, we can now. We can now. You want the privilege of parking in this city? You're going to pay a roadside fee and And do we have the ability to change it? We don't. I thought that we did. Ah, we do right here. $50 per something to park your car here next to the low-income housing by the industrial district. So if you really want to drive, it's going to cost you. Anyway, Raiders, this is not generally what we do. However, this is what we are doing today. We balanced our budget on the back of the hotel because I was spending a whole bunch of time carefully building this little pedestrian district, trying to make a place where you could go and, you know, grab something to eat. We were really focused on the direction that the church should face, because it has to face west, is what someone said in chat. And, you know, we spent a lot of time detailing, and that doesn't, if you're going to keep the budget on, it's not necessarily compatible, but it's still fun. It's still fun. There's a congestion tax now. Well, it's worked. Look at all the traffic that we have here. We have legitimately, unless you're in the industrial district, everything's pretty okay over here. Very, very livable. We should look at the stats for money. Oh gosh. You guys aren't prepared for this. This is why things aren't doing so well, or have not been. We're doing just fine. This right here is me planting trees and placing surfaces. The little spikes are me hitting milestones. And then here is where I thought that, you know, maybe we could turn things around, and then we just that completely sunk. But we're good now. We're good now. We're good now. Everything is great. I know the church doesn't fit there. The only other church that we have access to, though, is Notre Dame, which I don't know that that's any better. Arguably much worse. We can't afford it, but I can show you what it would look like. So based on the size of this, that's the other option that we have. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that that's terrible or great? Detroit finances? He spent planning school. Yeah. I spent so many years in planning school. This is why. Yes? Okay, chat. 2 French? Notre Dame? Notre Dame. Hold on. Should we build towards yes or no? You can blow your channel points on this. I'll give you a minute. And I apologize, YouTube. I've not given you the opportunity to vote in a poll today. But I want to see who's really passionate about this. We've already gone kind of French by having the water tower back there. And as I was building that, I knew that the Eastern European pack had one that would match the build better. Notre Dame doesn't really fit the German, but it's better than the current one. I'm not going to lie. The more that I look at it, the more that I think, boy, if it were like right here, we just left that plaza totally open, we'd have to basically build the hill up ourselves. Boy, that would be a pretty sick plaza. That would be. It also costs $5.6 million. No water. I know, we'd have to move the water tower. Have to move the water tower. It looks good. YouTube, it's very divided. Very divided. But the answer was no. And if you're upset about that, I think you can blame Dylan Lemons 1, who contributed 205 channel points. 205 channel points swayed it either way. So Dylan, what did you vote for? I know it's unacceptable to ask people what they voted for, but I'm gonna do it. Am I not part German? I am. I'm a quarter German. I have a German last name. Wait. When it burnt down, Ubisoft helped rebuild it? Ubisoft has officially done 2 cool things. That and Anno, but they bought it, so it doesn't really count. You proudly voted no. City center churches don't have graveyards, way too big. Make a statement. I mean, Dylan voted no. You know, here's the thing. Dylan spent his their hard-earned channel points earned by chilling here on this vote. So the fact that Dylan swayed the vote, I feel like I have to put it somewhere else now. So maybe we build a little French town somewhere else and we put that there. But for this community, this doesn't fit. I don't know what we do to make it better. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's search for some solutions. I wonder if I can find just, like, I'm guessing I can. I was hoping I could find just like a portion of the asset. If I would be able to, I should be able to use picker for it. No, I can't. So the other option, I mean, this looks bad too. This looks too modern. Let me see what I can remove from this. I guess second question. I could do something like this. Would you guys like that more? If we were to put that right here? I could try to match the colors up a little bit better. No? Nah? Do I have a castle? Nope, it's worse. Looks like a Roman building. Could I add a steeple? I don't think so. The fire station. I have a castle. The castle would work. Hold on. I mean, that is like next level huge. Perfect. You know, chat, all we have to do is get rid of the main part of the build. And we're good. Intriguing. I am curious about one thing. I'm going to do some bad things. So we're going to save it. So the thing I'm curious about, just in case you've ever wondered, if you want to give yourself money, dev menu, gameplay, boom, 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 boom. There we go. Now we have all the money. That's the bad thing I'm doing. That's why we're going to reload back in. I am very curious. Are there portions of this or components of this that we could steal? No, it's all one big asset. You know the funny thing about this asset, now that I look at it? Those trees are way closer than you could place them in the vanilla game. That's hilarious. So let's see the actual size of this asset. Gosh, parking. Go away, parking. All the rocks gone. Hey, German here. You spelled castle cities incorrect. It's I would need the dash. I'll add that. There. I will listen to Germans in the chat. Hold on. Check out. What did Icy say? Icy, what'd you say? You're ways back. First Necro, second Rosebud player. Cities, Sims, indeed. This doesn't fit there, but you can use it in another part of the map. You said this. Ah. I will save that, but we're gonna do something else for now. Another German here, you don't need it. That'll be the thing. I tell you what, every time someone says they're German and tells me whether or not I need to have that in there, I will change it. Well, how do we get to 5 million? Basically what First Necron said, Rosebud. It's basically that. That's how we did it. It's temporary. We saved it. I'm gonna move it back in there. I just want to know how flexible this asset is. So if we wanted to use this somewhere else, we got rid of all of this other junk. Is it gonna flatten the ground? Oh, I hate that. There's I encountered one of these in Saguna Beach too. It's a painted line. There's no way to remove it. Now it looks, unfortunately, like it's gonna flatten everything. So like even if, woo, even if we were to isolate just the castle, it does some real gnarly stuff. There's some sort of flattening on there. That stinks. That's why we tested. That's why we tested. Now we go back to reality. Everybody's saying a painted line in the melody of Tainted Love right now. It should be dash or a long dash. Crash incoming. We're good. I don't know why we're good, but we're good. Okay, there's one other idea that I have. I think that ruins are still a thing. There are castle ruins. So here's the other option. So we could have the ruins of a castle up there instead of that. And if we were to place this, it would probably be right here, and we would move the French water tower somewhere else. Too ruined? No? Well, in that case, I'm going to leave this one for YouTube. One YouTube question. And that is going to be, leave the church, switch to the temple, or have the castle ruins. You have to give me a second, YouTube. I need to get back into the polling option. Another German here, no dash. Okay. Which should we place? Church, temple, or ruins? Anyone on Twitch? If you want to vote, you know what to do. Go to YouTube temporarily. The vote is on, and I will give you guys 60 seconds, and you're 15 behind. So by the time you're hearing this, it's 45. Church for you, the Master Dork. Sweet here, you vote for one word. So the sweet says do this. No hyphen, one word. There, next German. That's the third way that we've done it. One day, what if you use better bulldozer and delete the tombstones? You can't. That was my first, that was actually my first inclination, was to delete that. If you put Notre Dame in the build, you will send the French after me. I mean, we've already got a national French monument as that one of the highlights of the city. The French are already furious. Ooh, City Hall. Oh, I hadn't even considered that. Church one. Church one. Now everyone's angry. That was the goal. If I made chat angry, and then I can just like lob the grenade and walk away, then I've succeeded at my goal here. The City Hall would be another option. Let's see. It's a very expensive option. We don't have the money for this either. Boy, it just really makes you realize the size difference of the assets. My goodness. And you can't change the color of this one, so it would just kind of look out of place. I think it looks too Eastern European. The French City Hall is probably the one that would look the best, and it's got the French looking roof, and you can't change it. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate. I wish that we could get rid of the tombstones, because that would solve it. We can get rid of bushes and all this other stuff, but I can't get rid of those. The only thing I could do, I can't get rid of the fence. I can't get rid of the tombstones. I could pave over the top of it and add a bunch of trees, and it would just look weird. It would just look weird. So this is the best that we can do. The moment that we can do assets, this will be the first thing that I replace. YouTube video Phil, the Bob Ross of City Builders. Streamer Phil is not. Put some assets, make a covered market. We could, but I feel like it'd be too close. I feel like replace me is the option. We just keep this for now, and we just know that this has got to go. It's a great asset. It's not the right one for here, but it's the best that we have. Like, this just isn't. I agree that this was not the right move. Definitely a bummer. Definitely a bummer. What do I put it sort of underground? My guess, I can try that. It's terrain conforming. So unfortunately, all it does is pull the ground down with it. And it's a real dark vibe if you think about it. As we try to bury this in the ground. Damook, it's still a village, not a city. It would be in a village. So I agree that this. I don't have a problem with the size of the asset. My bigger issue is that I don't like the tombstones around there either. But I don't know that there's much that I can do about that. You think placeholder is good for now? Maybe keep the block behind it free. I agree. I think that the water tower is kind of perfect for this. What I'm gonna do to really preserve that space, I'm gonna disrespect the terrain a little bit here. We'll save more space. And then down the line, maybe we move this and have a church that fits right here. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to worry about down the line. I'm just going to do it because I feel like I don't like what's happening here already. And then I'm just going to add a pedestrian area around this. We'll just leave this open. In fact, to formalize this, I'm gonna make this a pedestrian road. And we'll just kind of go around like this. Yeah, it'll have to work. It'll have to work. Let me get that road fixed. Let's see. Water tower's ugly. Oh, I disagree. I think that the water tower is one of the prettiest assets in the game. The water tower, to me, this one, I like the small one too that we got as a part of the Eastern European pack. I just wish that one wasn't quite so expensive. But yeah, I like the asset itself. I think it's polarizing because it doesn't have a texture, or it looks like it doesn't, which was a choice. A nice, even, normal road, yes. Mash some buildings together. Put the water tower as a bell tower. So you want me to hide the water tower in between some buildings? I don't understand why. I think it's so nice looking. I think it's a lovely building, personally. You never loved chat as much as you do tonight. No, you like it? Basically, it would become a church. Oh. I think that'll look funky, truthfully. I like the idea of just preserving it. I like we've got this space here. It stinks that we have to preserve space for it, but you know what? Not preserve space. Not even. You know what? We're mulliganing. We're just gonna mulligan super hard. Yeah. So this, well, we're just reserving. Oh boy. I love so much about this asset, but it seems to not love me back. Wish I could undo that deleting of that thing, but I cannot. I cannot. Oh, that is disturbing. Good night, all. Ricky, have a good night. Thank you for being here. Just like Dresden, church should be in the corner. This should be an administrative or cathedral facing the big square. Yeah, so we talked about that. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I like. I'm mixed on this. Guys, thank you for the hype train. I'm sorry. As I'm sitting here stressing, I'm missing all of this. Christopher, thank you for this 9 months of tier 1. Bruno, thank you for the 6 months of tier 1. Appreciate you, brother Oxy. Thank you for the super chat. Genta, thank you for the prime. Erica the Adventure, thank you for the prime. You know the church being small, come on, be a big man here. So here's how I feel. I feel like I crowded this too much. When we looked at Dresden, and we should go back for inspiration. We should go back. When we looked, I guess maybe it's not that big of a deal. So this is kind of the area that I keep thinking back to. More empty space. Not empty space, more flexible space. I didn't leave very much flexible space. And if I would have just backed this up, there'd be this big plaza that would be available for concerts or, you know, farmers markets or just setting up and doing whatever you want. So I'm inclined to bump this thing back and figure out all of the grading nonsense after that, because I don't think I left enough space. So that's why I keep going back to this. Did they rebuild Dresden to look old? They did. They did. Actually, that's a good point. I'm not gonna go into Discord right now, but that was there were some pictures that people. The Dresden was absolutely destroyed. Dresden looks like an atomic bomb was dropped on it. So they've rebuilt. They very purposely rebuilt Dresden. Let's see if I can show you. Gonna ask me for membership. Yeah, they there were a couple of things that were mentioned on Discord. First of all, the whole city was absolutely leveled. So everything you see in that downtown area is brand new. They basically they carpet bombed all of downtown Dresden. So as a result, this is what was left after World War II, and all of it had to be rebuilt. So everything's been purposefully done. A lot of design guidelines to try to make it look historic. Just honestly horrifying to see a city look like that after war. But they've done an excellent job of restoring it to make it feel like a historic German city. And we were looking at the previous stream. We took a look back at some of the historic imagery, and you can see just going back. This right here is 2008, and a whole bunch of these buildings are brand new. If we go back to 2003, start to see that some of this turns into parking and green fields. Go back to 85 and it's blurry. It's perfect. Oh, that's 43 actually. That might be as far back as I can go. 2001. Basically, nothing that is there now was there. Now, the really interesting thing is this. I didn't realize that this church right here, which is basically the iconic, come on, no, we want to see street view, not ground view. This is what the plaza looks like. And this church, they had to, they basically took a lot of the old stones and incorporated it into the new rebuilt version of the church. So you could tell what's old because it has that black, and the stuff that's new is right there. So very, very tasteful job of rebuilding it. Very purposeful design. And now we're in a store. Cool. So anyway, yeah, that is what they've done in Dresden. So I think, clearly, I think, yeah, Notre Dame is probably too big and too French. But that is what I think needs to flank this area, and we don't have that yet. So I am going to leave the extra space. The more I think about this, I hate what it's doing to the terrain. Oh, well, you know, that's why we have autosave on, chat. That's why we have autosave on. We're gonna there, yes. Thank you for 14 months of tier 3. This is why we autosave. This is why we autosave. Guys, thank you for the tier 3 hype, for the hype train level 3. Appreciate you guys. Florian, thank you for the prime. On the nerdy side, thank you for 14 months of tier 1. Congrats on the new office. Thank you. I'm really looking forward to it. I'll make lots of videos about it too. It'll be fun. Why is it crashing out? Because I'm doing a whole bunch of I am bending the game to my will right now. Komrowski. If you like to blame someone for that emoji that Komrowski's spamming right now, that's Komrowski's emoji. So I just got Cities 2 and you love the Ultimate Beginner's Guide. I will be bringing it back. I will be bringing it back. You want to play GeoGuessr? I've got to fix the church and then we will, because I want to record Magnolia County. I'm going to get it done. I'm really excited about this build. I've been having a lot of fun with it. Ooh, the doctor. I actually like that idea a lot. I like that a lot. The doctor says maybe include the ruins as part of the city that hasn't been rebuilt yet. It could be a memorial. I kind of like that idea. Could be either one. Sandbender. Please have a thing where people can show you interesting stuff from where they are from, like castle ruins. Okay. I'm going to bite. Chat. Not going to be today. Next week. I'll take 30 minutes and just, I want to know why you're showing me the thing that you're showing. We'll do a little bit of a show and tell next week. So if you've got some things that you want to share next week, get it queued up. I'm going to open up a Discord. So you got to be in Discord, first of all, because I'm going to have you paste the links in Discord, and then we'll open it up in here. And because I can bet them there then. So we're not going to show anything that's going to get us banned. You did reach me. You did reach me. You have something to share, Poplar? I love it. I love it. We'll do that next week. That's gonna be a lot of fun. I like that idea. In the meantime, look at that. I don't even have to work. I don't even have to work for this. We've got an autosave. This is why you crash sometimes. The reason why you crash is if you autosave enough, you will have exactly what you need. And we're super close now. Okay. So I'm gonna fix this. We're gonna play around a GeoGuessr, and then I'm gonna record Magnolia County. Oh goodness. Oh goodness gracious. Anonymous. Thank you for the gifted sub. Stevie, thank you for the prime. I butchered that. Hi again. I'm sorry. Oh, I feel like the build is punishing us now. Wait, there was a newer autosave. The one that I loaded up was a little bit closer to what I wanted it to be. I'm gonna try. Yeah, the game said no. I'm gonna try one more time. Otherwise, I'm gonna revive the autosave before I moved it, and we'll call it a good. Do I put unedited footage on Patreon somewhere? I don't. What I do sometimes, if there's enough time, the unedited footage, I'm just gonna keep it super real. Of videos is not interesting because I record with the idea of I record with editing in mind. Hey, Guy Bot, thank you so much for the 7 months of Tier 1. So, when I am recording, I will often go moving. You don't want to hear that. It gets super irritating. But the reason I do that is I edit to the waveforms. So I can see that, or my editor can see that and trim it out and kind of move on to the next spot. So if you were to watch an unedited video, I would send you, I would make you go insane, basically. And I don't want to do that. I'm wondering what is broken. Well, some mod is super broken right now. I don't know if it's an asset. I don't know what it is. Okay. One more try before we revert back to this one and just save and call it. Looks like some textures are missing. It could be. Oh. Tried to update an extra asset importer and it borked things. That would make sense as to why this one is struggling, this build, and some other ones are not. I was having no problems in Magnolia County, though, which is strange. Paste the error message into chat, please. It's gone. I can... If you can troubleshoot it, reach out to me on Discord, and I will attempt to fix it there. As much fun as troubleshooting on stream is. I feel like I've been doing that a lot today. Thank you guys for being patient with me. Okay. And let's see. Here's a quick fix to update it too. Ah, so I just need to update things, and then I'm probably fine. Okay, I will do some things to fix this. We'll have to play with the terrain a bit. I gotta pause it though because that's our money, and I've just disconnected it from the world. I should do unlimited money save. I mean, so this is basically that. We were basically doing that up until wait, very recently. We were basically pretending it was unlimited money. Probably why we've had all the problems that we've had. Bluntly. That's all my fault. I got really into detailing. I was having a lot of fun with it. Oh, you know what? I always forget. Now with Anarchy, we can turn on constant slope. And that's going to look a ton better. So now I can grade to that slope, and it should look good. I'll redo this one too. What a shame. You're a software dev in C# and in Unity. Use those exception messages. There's something obvious. Oh. Okay. Well, first of all, Biz, I want you to hold on. We're gonna finish this, then I'm gonna update with the one update that we got from Triton, and then if that doesn't fix it, then for sure, I'll have you take a look at that. Okay, I should be able to resume it now. Okay. Everything is fine. Nothing is broken yet. Last bit is going to be just adding the pedestrian facilities around here, or the texture. I don't want to open my mouth too soon. I feel like we're good. Feel like we're good. Save? You think we should save? Oh boy, that sounds way too intelligent to do. That does sound like a very good idea. And I will do that in just a second. I'm gonna continue to roll the dice, because if anything, I'm a wild man who likes to live on the wild side of things. That's exactly why I got into government work too. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna save, and then we're gonna do a bit of sloping, and then I'm gonna call it. Because I feel like I've rolled the dice. Lost too much progress to crashes. We got it. We're good. Everything's fine. I am going to load back in though, so that Biz can take a look, because I do plan on recording after this, and I'm very concerned that I'm going to crash in the middle of the recording. And Biz, it's actually the biggest part of the recording is next. So I've laid out a neighborhood. The next part of the recording is probably the biggest intersection project in Magnolia County. So I really don't want to lose it. I built it once, and it was basically exactly how I wanted it to be. And I have a feeling the second time will not go as well. And the third time would be even worse. Well, government work is certainly wild now. Yeah. I've mentioned this. My wife is a federal employee. So yes, government work is wild. I get to hear about all of the fun things that are happening. Very, I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm not even going to talk about it. We're not going down that path. Chat. When's Magnolia County coming out? Tuesday? Tuesday, maybe? We're good. My hope is Tuesday. I'm going to aim for Tuesday. And I'm going to aim for Monday to get something to channel members. Choo choo. Thank you guys for the hype train. I think we hit level 4. That is awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Super cool. All right. You know, I'm not sure that I'm necessarily proud of what's happened today, but I'm not mad at all of it. At least the budget's balanced, even if we cheesed it. Yeah, the city's growing. I think goal setting, as Twitch can't see it. Goal setting. Bill, you love it. Love all my builds. So cups, you want geoguesser? Yes. Workplace drama is such a lovely, horrible dumpster fire of a thing. Oh, it's different than that. Every federal employee was offered the opportunity to leave their job. That's an interesting way of approaching it, but okay. Yes, GeoGuessr in a second. We are going to. I'm gonna goal set for the next one. 2 things. And first of all, this isn't the next one's not gonna be next week. It's gonna be the following week. Next week we're doing Civ. 2 things. I'm going to absolutely finish out. I want to ring all the way around here. So this level right here is going to be completely filled in. And then I want to start thinking about trains. Whoops. believe that. We're gonna think about trains. I want to bring trains into this area. I want to build around trains. I think we've got our industry right here. Bringing some trains, and I forgot where the trains came in. They kind of just come in and stop, like right there. We'll run our trains down here. Have a couple of lines that come in that serve our industrial area, passenger rail over here, and kind of tee up wherever our second city will be, which I'll leave to you guys. Any one of these little spots. So that'll be the goal. Any way to create train delays in game? Don't assign too many trains. That's the way to do it. What map is this? This is Boreal Mare. It's a beautiful map. Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful map. Transit Mall? I think so. My arm is covering my finance info. We're good. We're good. We're making $4,000 an hour. Next time, I'll tell you what. That's probably a better way of handling it. I'll sit above the line. That's probably better. I could, and now I'm perfect. Boreale. Yeah, my bad. Boreale. That's a lot better. Okay. From now on, this is where I'll chill. I'll chill above there. I'm going to publish this real quick, though. If you guys want to look at this, we can. And then I'm going to load back in one more time just because I want to get that error. What am I doing? All right. Share. New Dresden 2. All right. If you guys want to check it out for yourself, it is on Paradox Mods. Momentarily. Okay, let's crash to the desktop quickly, and then we'll load back in, and we'll be good. Wait. Oh, yeah. I see. Thank you for replying. Yeah, I've told that story a couple of times. We can blame the Germans. There were a lot of Germans tuning into City of Madison Zooms, which is a thing. It's what happens. They made GeoGuessr pay to play. Good news. I've paid for it, so we're good. We're good. I'll get it. I tell you what. While I'm loading back in and getting this, I am going to load us up. I think we're just gonna do a world map. So while I am figuring out this mode, or getting the error code. Let me pin this. Give me a quick second. So yeah, if you want to play GeoGuessr, we'll do a quick round of GeoGuessr. But let me load back in real quick. I want to get Biz the error message. Can we do some Google Earthing before we go? Not today. Save that for the next one. 2 weeks from now, I'll have another daytime stream. Next week's gonna be nighttime for sure. And we will do 30 minutes of Google Earthing, cool things from around you. I am done with CS2 today. Yes, I'm gonna get the error message quickly to send the Biz, and then we'll do one round of GeoGuessr, and then I'm not done with CS2 for today. I'm done being on stream with CS2. I'm recording Magnolia County. Thursday night. So I have access to Civ on the 6th. I paid for the early access version. So Thursday night, building in Brews. First look at Civ 6. It'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. You want to travel to the U.S.? Go for it. The U.S. is a lot of fun to travel. Travel to and through. And it's different all over. Okay. Whoops. As I try to send the error code. I set it to Twitch only. And it's way too long. So Biz, I don't know if you're still in here. I probably need to give it on Discord, unfortunately. You don't want to come to America right now? We are definitely in a it's an interesting spot right now. So yeah, I'm thinking that it must be that it must be that update. If we run the update, hopefully that will fix everything. But I'll worry about that after the stream is done. In the meantime, there's a whole bunch of people here. I think we just roll. Trying to come up with a format for interesting place for where you're from. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to try to get to as many as possible. So even if you just want to share a couple of sentences about a specific place, I think that would be fine. It doesn't have to be the most interesting place in the world. I was showing you that I grew up next to a green bean canning factory. You know, like, is that the most interesting thing? No, but you know, it's fun. Imperial paints. Everything's in English. Kenya, maybe? Kenya? Nigeria, Tanzania? Yeah, it could be either one. Oh, man. It's just too blurry to actually tell. Preschool. Oh, I feel like, if I could make that out. P.O. Box. It says the name of the city there. It starts with a K. It's too small of a place, I'm guessing. I'm gonna say it's outside of Kano. It starts with a K. It's in Nigeria. That's what it is. This is America. Kampala, Nigeria. Oh, Uganda. There it was. Dang it. You're right. And that was the name of the city. Uganda. All right. Well, right continent. 55th place out of 79. Not great. Teddy Radko, right at the top with Happy. 16th at a wild guess. DJ, that's awesome. The wrong way on a freeway. Are we in Germany? It's in meters. Or is this Mexico? No. U50? Is this Austria? German Autobahn? Bavaria? Oh my goodness. So the last time this came up, I couldn't figure out where it was because I'm not very well versed in Germany. But we're on the 6. So where is 6? 3, 9, 6. Heilbronn. I'm just gonna click near 6. Nuremberg. Okay, if I follow this long enough. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. There's one of the places mentioned on this. Okay, okay. I feel good about this. I feel bad about this. I was much closer and I got further away. Well, you know, 87 miles is okay. But good for 55th place. Wonderful. Round result though. 52nd. All right. Feel bad. The nearest place in the signs are on top. Ah, shoot. You're looking for the wrong exit? Ukraine? Russia? I have no idea. Yeah, Eastern European buildings. Where are the bright colors? There's actually some right here. Look at that. Get the gabled roof. Honestly, the buildings are really cool. I like it. I don't know where we are. It's Russia. You think it's Russia? It almost looks like a bus stop right there. It's just crazy how it goes. Like, I'm out of time. I'm out of... biggest city. Okay. Well, I should have guessed. It seems sunny. That was wrong. This is good. This is a rough one, guys. This is a rough one. Coastal vibe, yeah. Like thinking back to it. Oh, Teddy Recco's right on top. Nice work, Teddy. It definitely had more of a coastal vibe. Now we definitely have it. Are we in Australia? I wonder all of the South Africa. I feel like I always confuse the two. No. co.za. ZA. That wouldn't be like, no. What is ZA? ZA is South Africa? Really? South Africa for real? That makes zero sense as Zambia. I mean, that's what I was thinking. South Africa. Fine. You know what? This is not going well. I'll take my flyer. And do I think it's actually Zambia? No, I do not. I do not. It was not. Used to be Dutch, yes. All right, well, you know what? Teddy nailed it. JD Bizzle nailed it as well, or is nailing it. You're from South Africa. You would know. You would know. You're up to 12th, DJ. I am falling every round. Well, this looks like the US. Where in the US though? Canada. Where in the US? It is in Canada. I'm gonna say, yeah, could be Canada. That is the fun thing about Canada. It's amazing. It's wild just how similar the countries look. Now I should know. I know. I should, but I'm not Canadian. Although this looks just like home. Like, if you were to take me, blindfold me, and drop me off, I'm trying to build a Canadian city using some of the vanilla assets in Skylines 2. Or I'm trying to build an American city. I'm actually in Canada. Apparently those are North American assets. I just didn't know. You know what? I'm going to say this is just outside of Detroit. It's probably wrong. It is. But it is very near the border. Wrong border. Close enough. Could be near Ottawa, Vancouver. No way it's Vancouver. Honestly, I knew, like, look at where I am. It's like basically the same climate, completely the same. It looks the same, 100% the same. It's very cool, very cool. All right, Teddy Radko. You lost almost no points. Good game. That's amazing. Seriously. Vainglorious Gaming beat me. Even when I do bad, even when he does bad, I do worse. 22nd place isn't bad though. Modern Peninsula. It's a good game. 2nd place. Alex, good game. 3rd place. RC Likes Trains. 4th place. And Va, 5th place. Good game, everybody. Thank you all. Definitely not Vancouver, no. Excellent work, everybody. So I am going to bid you all a fond farewell. But don't leave if you're on Twitch. Twitch, can we give YouTube some hearts? And then we'll find someone to raid. Teddy definitely cheated. Teddy is one of the most observant people I've ever met. So I would not put it past Teddy to know every one of the places he was looking at. Plus, planner. Plus, very intelligent guy. Thank you all so much for being here. YouTube, I'll catch you next week, nighttime stream. And the week after that, spring show and tell. All right. See you, YouTube. Bless you, Mr. Phil. You're a good man. Thank you. Appreciate you. You just lucked out. I've had those rounds too, Teddy. Sometimes everything just hits right. All right.